Sorry, I'm trying to be tricky. I'm trying to be tricky. 1 second.
Przyszła bida mora lat, to nie ustoi żadnej chlap. Na kraj padł dziesnej smutek, dnielo i rano utek, niech małżeński majstrat, do wczera żylne staje prach. Už sejmoj svatý muži, nechtěl bych bejbě jich kůži. Nám je to jedno a tak si dáme jedno a požerem si huby jako poslední jen. Buďme se mámy a do rána stávy a tak vypad sudy a posaď se mi sem. Tak posaď se sem a vypad je ven. Ukaž kozy jako vozy, zejtra jen tu jsou nejdem, tak ďalej mi hned a točí se svět.
Hey! I hope you enjoyed that. Sorry, bit of a blast from the past.
Yay, history time, Clio E Hyper.
Hey! Hi guys. Sorry, I am very sleepy. I apologize in advance for the history lecture, as I am... I have not had much sleep. Hopefully YouTube chat will show up, but I guess YouTube chat is in the void. Everything has decided to reset, I guess. My VTube studio, I launched it whilst I was getting the BGM up in the background. It decided to not work, so I had to reset that in a panic whilst the starting soon music. Yet YouTube chat is also in a void. I have no idea where YouTube chat has gone. We could try summoning YouTube chat. But I don't know if that will be working. Hello guys. Slept late prepping. No, I do not have any other Discord servers. You are being scanned. There's people impersonating me on Discord, sorry. Thank you very, very much, Shy Hulu Blesses Water for 11 months of support. Thank you, James, for 16 months of support. Thank you very much. Thank you, 27 Copperhead.
Feels crazy.
Thank you.
Looking forward to many more Clio I heart, Clio I heart.
Thank you very much, 27 Copperhead. Thank you for 2 months of support as well. And thank you, Troy, for the a month membership on YouTube as well. Thank you very much. And hello, Saffron. Thank you for the raid. I didn't know you streamed this late. Hello, Saffron. Jesus Christ be blazed. Jesus Christ be played? Yes. I'm gonna put Jesus on the radio. I am a little bit scatterbrained now. I am very, very scatterbrained. Thank you, Newbie Source, for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Thank you very much. And thank you, Starvin, for the 1,000 bits. And thank you, Sakura Blooming Rose, for the super chats. Thank you very much. And also, let me very quickly scroll down. Thank you, Wily Coyote, for the super chat as well. Thank you very, very much. And thank you, Wheeler, for 16 months of support. And thank you, Bringius, for 1 month of support on YouTube. And thank you, Intro, for 22 months. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much for the support. Hi, hello, hi. I haven't even tweeted that I'm live, and I have to tweet that I'm live because I have a sponsored tweet. I'm just gonna rehash the thumbnail as the sponsor tweet because I forgot to include some things in the tweet. Accidentally saw your videos on YouTube, fell in love with your content. Thank you. Hello. Where's my thumbnail gone? Oh no! This is why you don't remake a history lecture the day before that it's going to be made, because going to be produced, performed. Because you lose track of everything. Where's my thumbnail? Oh, I know where it is. I know where it is. It's in the videos folder for some reason. History lecture. And the game. The Kingdom Come Deliverance. The game that you lost, sorry. Things never go to plan. No, they don't. Things do not go to plan. Thank you very, very much, guys, for the support. Just a heads up that today, I'm not going to jump into the lecture just yet. I'm going to give time for everyone to hop in the stream because I would like to let people give time for the late show ups, the late arrivals, I should say, to get in, because I'm not going to jump straight into it because that's a little bit mean. Because obviously then people will miss the class, and I don't want people to miss. So I'll yap for a little bit. Don't mind me. I also get to fill in more of the history lectures. I also tagged Warhorse Studios in the tweet by accident. Probably shouldn't have tagged them. My bad. I kind of did an oopsie whoopsie, guys, with the tweet. I tagged the wrong person that I was supposed to tag. Am I supposed to tag Warhorse?
Clio I Squibby.
Oh, I was supposed to tag the game. Yeah. Okay, give me a second. Tag people at Kingdom Come Deliverance. There we go. And apply on ANZ. That's the company that's doing it. Are they going to show up? Are they going to show up? Uh-oh. Apply on ANZ. UK, Polska. There we go. Done. Yeah. You have questions for me? I'm going to have probably a lot of questions this stream because I have frozen. Why have I frozen? Why did I freeze? Did you break? This is a very... I mean, it seems quite topical to have technical issues. Hello? Hello? Oh! I disconnected from the Wi-Fi for some reason. Yeah, that'd do it. That'd do it. That'd do it. There we go. My Wi-Fi disconnected very briefly. Okay. So, yeah, if you've not been watching the stream, sorry, let me just recalibrate real quick. There we go. Just to recalibrate real quick, get you guys back up on the screen. Hi. Remember to ping Discord. Yep. Yes. That's the thing I need to do. Sorry, bear with me. Oh my lord, I'm so scatterbrained. At pingers, at stream pings, at pingers. Hello, I am live with the history lecture. Yay. I put it in announcements, didn't I? Yep. Hooray! There we go. Always scatterbrained, never change. I wish I was better at time management. That's what I would wish for. I really do wish I was better at time management. Unfortunately, yes, the Discord pings that broke apparently for a lot of people. And then it was all funky monkey. Yeah, okay, I think that is it. History lecture. I did want to put more time into rearranging my history lecture as well, because I just kind of went blah with my thoughts into the document, and then when I was making the PowerPoint, I just had it in the list of the order of my thoughts going blah, and then when I read through it, I was like, this doesn't make sense. So I was like, I panicked yesterday. I was like, this doesn't make sense. I need to reorganize all my thoughts, and I need to reorganize all the flow of the class, or the lecture, I should say. So I'm gonna very quickly, guys, whilst I'm yapping to you, I'm just gonna look at the thingy-mabobby. I'll look at the thingy-mabobby, the slides, and try and move things around so it maybe flows a little bit better. Yep, we can put that one there.
Clio I sausage dance, Clio I sausage dance, Clio I sausage dance, Clio I sausage dance.
Actually, we could put all this here. Okay, that maybe makes sense. That actually kind of makes sense. I have Kingdom Come Deliverance's soundtrack stuck in my head, by the way. Thank you, Volcrum, for 21 months as well. And also, just a heads up for people who want to get their, if you have any notifications or donations that you want to do, those will be muted during the presentation, just because I don't want to have it be interrupted by things like TTS and whatnot. So, yes, just a heads up that if you want to get your notifications in now for like donations and whatnot, do it either now or afterwards, because the sponsorship for today is that I will also be playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 after the history lecture. So I will make an impromptu waiting room for the YouTube channel. And then on Twitch, it will just be the same stream. But yeah, I'll be playing KCD2. It's been 84 years since we last saw Henry. It's been... I think I last streamed it April or maybe March. And we'll be starting over because I believe all of the content has been added now that they've initially wanted to add for the game. And maybe they'll add more stuff. But there's also hardcore mode. Just a heads up. There's hardcore mode. And we could maybe play the hardcore mode. Do I have a Discord? I do. Yes.
Does playing the second count as A+2?
Does it? Does it? Thank you very much for the 10 gift memberships, Kuzamancer. Thank you very much. And thank you, Pizza Man, for 1 month of support. Thank you very much. And thank you, Wilhelm Screamer, for 1 month of support. Thank you very much. And thank you, Oatmeal Cookie. Thank you for the 2 months of support. And thank you, Volcrum, for 21 months of support. And I think I missed a few others. Sorry, let me just scroll down. Thank you, is Nil, for joining the Haxorians with Prime. Thank you very much. And thank you, Pastor Joan, for 7 months. And thank you, Elite Cookies, for the super chats. And thank you, KK Zulu, for 1 month of support on YouTube. And thank you, Red Heracross, for 1 month of support on YouTube as well. And thank you, Neospig, for the super chat. And thank you, Injetlil, for 17 months of support. And thank you, Duncan, for 1 month of support. And thank you, Orwin, for joining the Hackstories. Thank you very much. And thank you, Stephen M, for 1 month of support. And thank you, Saber1, for joining the Hackstories on YouTube as well. And thank you, Avatar, for the 5 gift subs. And thank you, Michael, for the super chats. Thank you. And thank you, Daisy Chain, for the super chat. And thank you, Kuzamancer, for 1 month of support. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Sorry, it just keeps going. And then Didai, thank you for subscribing on Twitch as well. Thank you very much. Did you miss the lecture? No, it hasn't happened in the 21 minutes that I've been live. No, it hasn't happened. And Ionize, thank you for joining. Thank you for 1 month of support as well. Thank you very much, guys. And thank you, Pyrite, for 20 gift subs on Twitch. Oh, Lord. That's a lot of gift subs. Thank you for the support, guys. Thank you very, very much. So I this morning I was also at Offkai in iPad form. So thank you everyone who showed up at Offkai. Don't worry if you didn't. It's just it's a convention. Also, you may have missed out on some smelliness. But it seems like it all went well. I was enjoying the little tour around the Offkai. So it's very nice. Thank you to the Offkai staff for carrying me around whilst I got to say hi to everyone and see see most of the convention in like an hour or so. And then apparently there was a standee auction. I didn't know this. There was the standees that were at Offkai got auctioned off. So there was the regular Clio standee, and then the race girl Clio standee. Yeah, apparently my standee went for $2,000. So thank you
Wow,
to whoever
it's been a year
did that.
already.
Thank you. Neon Asta, thank you for 1 year of support. Thank you very, very much. And thank you everyone for the follows on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for the support. And Death Jester, thank you for 5 months of support. Not your best financial decision. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think that may have been a little bit wild. So thank you very, very much. Not 200,000, 2,000, sorry. $2,000. What is a standee? Like the cutout, like the big cutout of me. That's like, I guess, life-sized. And it's the race girl Clio, and then there's the regular Clio. Right. Let me check this. Does this all work?
Clio I heart.
There we go. Okay. I can put these ones in. Where's Charles? There he is. There we go. And then I'll put the final ones. Where's this one? Okay. We can do this. I think that works. Cool. And thank you, Whirlpool. Thank you for 21 months of support. Law accurate, except the bottom. No, the bottom's accurate, I think. Is the lecture sponsored? Yes. So, big shout outs. Thank you to Plyon, I should say. Plyon for today's sponsorship with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and the history lecture. I think it will be okay. It is currently, I trimmed it down to 39 slides. There are some segments in which I will be reading bulk amounts of text because I have the actual golden bull of 1356. So I will be reading out some of the quotes from the actual golden bull itself. There's a translation online in the Avalon Project, which is Yale in America. They have got the golden bull of 1356, which is very important to our time frame. So I'll be reading that out. Are the lecture slides on Canvas? No, I'm using Google Docs because I used to when I worked in academia, I had Microsoft Office, and then when I left, they took it away from me. So I don't have Microsoft Office anymore. So I just use Google Slides instead for my my history lectures. I'm using Parchment. No, I'm not. Okay, so I think I've tweeted it all. I hope the tweet went live. I hope I used the right tags and everything. I did. Yep, that's all live. Yep. Guys, can you interact with that tweet, please? Because I appreciate it if it looks more impressive. Okay, that looks all good. So yeah, I apologize for not streaming the last 3 days on Twitch. Apologies, things have just been kind of bonkers with trying to finalize the lecture, and then when I got to yesterday, I'm a little bit obsessive, I guess, with it, and I wasn't really happy with it. I wasn't really happy with how it flowed. I wasn't really happy with some of the segments, so I trimmed them down. So I apologize if certain sections do seem a little bare bones, but just for the sake of time management, and making the lecture maybe flow a little better by not having too many heavy tangents. So I'm trying to keep that all. I'm trying to keep it fairly lean on the topic. I do have the first half of the lecture is kind of leading up to the events of the game, and then the second half will be mostly about the events of the game.
Calculator. Will that be required for this lecture?
No, it won't. Thank you. And thank you, Courier6, for 1 month of support on YouTube, thank you very much. And Infinite Zero, thank you for 20 months of support. So yeah, I apologize if there are certain segments where I don't go too in-depth into it. There's one thing I did want to add in one of my slides real quick. It is here. Yes, here. So okay, very quickly. I will add this very quickly whilst I my yapping into the microphone. Have a good stream. Thank you, Nyanta. Thank you very much for the super chats. Okay, give me a second to get all that. I want to get a fancy image for it, and I know there is a fancy image. So bear with me whilst I. There we go. Okay, give me a second. Put this there. Because there's one little thing that is actually very important to the game, that is not in my lecture at the moment, so I kind of need to include it. I also have spelt Luxembourg. I think whilst I was panic rewriting everything, I think I managed to spell the word Luxembourg wrong. I think in new ways that has never been spelt before. I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea how I've done it, but like there was Luxembourg. I know how to spell it because the website just keeps squiggly lining me, and I'm like, what am I typing? I am an innovator. I am, yes. Okay, grab this. Oh my gosh, that's a huge image. Huge image. Sorry. Events. I've also spelled Wenceslaus's name wrong a lot, but that's because there's so many C's and E's and S's, and I'm like, look, if I get it kind of close, then maybe I'll get it right. Maybe I'll get it right. And then sometimes there we go. I got Luxembourg downgraded to Standardberg. That took me a hot second to get, thank you. Sorry. I was like, what? Huh? How's that work? No, I see what you mean. Yeah. In the... which I think gets mentioned in the next slide. Yes, okay. There we go. Okay, thank you very much. Is the history lecture already done? It is not done, as in, like, I've not already finished it. I'm simply... I was actually just typing a bunch of stuff up. To add to the lecture. Sorry, that's why I was not saying too much, because I wanted to make sure I had everything that I wanted to include. Because there's... it's a fairly important part of the... time frame for explaining the events, I think. Thank you, Field Marshal Pappenheim. Thank you. Welcome to the Hexarians on YouTube. Thank you very much. Hi. Hello. You're fine. Take your time. Yeah, it's not. I mean, I'm kind of just giving a name to something that gets talked about in the history lecture. And I didn't, like, actually allude to the actual events that it was. Because... Oh, sorry, never mind. I've got it wrong. I've put the wrong person down. Give me a sec. Where's my PowerPoint gone? If I can get all the details right. Oh, Jesus, what the heck? Oh, okay, there we go. I fixed it. There we go. Okay. Sick. Are we going to talk about the defenestrations of Prague? Well, the defenestrations of Prague happened in the 1600s. Correct? I want to say 1618? We're dealing with the events of Kingdom Come Deliverance, which is 1403, so we're probably not going to talk about that. YouTube chat is not on screen at the moment. I apologize. Weren't there 3 of them? Or 4 of them? I think the first one was 1618, correct? Because it was part of the 100-Year War. Not 100-Year War, sorry, 30 Years War. But the 100-Year War does, strangely enough, come up in this history lecture, actually. You've been silenced. I apologize.
Me to play CK3 and 4 more players Bohemia on the Xbox.
Hey, nice. Thank you very much for the bits, Raisinate. Thank you very much. I don't hate you guys. Right. Okay, so let me check. I got everything open. I apologize if some of the slides are boring and it's just text. I I apologize in advance, but there's, you know, I've got a lot of text to go through. So let me make sure that I have this on the other screen so it's not in, it won't show up during the presentation. Yep, that's done that. Get that out the way. I will need that in the background just in case I need to mention anything. Oh, I actually, oh, okay. No, I do know what I need to do. I need to put in, hashtag add into the Twitch title. There we go. There we go. That's all done. And then on YouTube, I think we're okay at the moment because the sponsored stream for technically will be after the history lecture.
The
on
first
YouTube.
defenestration of Prague was in 1419 as part of the lead up to the Hussite Wars.
Was it? Ah! I typed the wrong thing. Was it? Is the famous one the one in 1618? Penetration of Prague. Oh yeah, no, the first one did occur in 1419. See, I thought that was the case in that it was mainly during the 30-year war, or around the 30-year war. But it did sound like it probably wasn't also in the Hussite, well, lead up to the Hussite War, I should say. Oh, the second occurred in 1483. Well, there you go. There you go. Thank you for the collection. Thank you very much. The correction, I should say. And thank you, Squishy Cookie, for the Prime as well. The famous one is from the 1600s. Yeah, I think that's probably what I was gonna get confused. People in Prague just like to throw people out of windows. They do. They really do. Well, they did it 3 times. So, I suppose, you know, 3rd time's the charm. Just casually starting one of the worst conflicts in history by throwing some out the window. Thank you, Mr. ZZ. Thank you very much. Okay, so I've been yapping for about half an hour. We do have ads on Twitch in about... how many minutes? 20? I will pause for breaks involving like toilet and drinks and all that jazz around the Twitch emotes, Twitch ads, because I actually don't have any water in front of me. I've just had my first cup of tea for the day. Yesterday I had 7 cups of tea, which is probably not very healthy. So yeah, I'll just be using Twitch to pace the lecture out and give everyone time to have a break. So I'll do the first, I can start now. And then just be aware the first break will be in 20 minutes. So yeah, that's a lot of caffeine. Yeah, I was pretty wired. I was pretty wired. So I think I've got everything open. I think I have everything open. So we'll go over to the presentation screen. I don't know if YouTube chat will work, but I'll mute my alerts on Twitch and... Oh! You can see, guys, I cheated the thumbnail. I cheated the thumbnail a little bit. Sorry. The thumbnail that I made is... I used the standee of me. Okay, you can go away. Oh, where's chat? There we go. And YouTube chat hasn't decided to not show up. So we might need to do a little ritual. There we go. Pass the attendance sheet. We are rebelling. No, you're not. Yeah, it was thumbnail Clio, in which I made the thumbnail. Doing a ritual, a dangerous one? I don't think I have the ritual in the scene. Normally we do it in the gaming screen, right? Normally I do it in the gaming screen. So we can try. We can try summoning chat. I don't know if... I think I still have it somewhere. Is it this file? Okay, well there's the alert. Thank you, Powsy, for subscribing on Twitch. with your Prime. Thank you very much. Here we go, guys. Summon the Twitch chats. I mean, YouTube chat. Oh, YouTube chat isn't visible in this scene. Well, how about now? Oh, there we go! Yippee! Okay, well, I didn't really need to do the ritual. There you go. So if I go over here, it should now work. Oh, you're overlapping each other. That's awkward. Okay, I'll put you guys down here in YouTube, I think. It's very difficult to try and fit you both in. We could also put you down here in the middle. Because I realized for Twitch chat, you're going to be kind of covered up. Just a heads up. Because my head's going to be in the way, because that's where I'm going to stand. That's where I'm going to be. So we could maybe move you guys both to the bottom of the screen, perhaps, if that's a bit unfair. So I'll put myself in position. This is where I'm going. This is where I'm going. So what if we put you both down at the bottom? Does that work? Do you guys want to both be down there? Does that work? That's fair. Chat is bottoms. No, don't be like that. Okay, we need to spread you out because that's a long YouTube message. There we go. YouTube chat is also bigger for some reason. So I'll increase the size of Twitch a little bit. So there we go. And then I think YouTube chat is now smaller. So maybe make you guys a little bit bigger as well. Does that work? Stick you there. Oh, some YouTube chat message. Oh, I'm moving myself. YouTube and Twitch. You guys are very... Okay, maybe I made you too big. Okay, yeah, I definitely made you too big. Because you guys work in different ways. So I'll make you a little bit smaller. You guys have, like, different properties. So sometimes your messages seem very big in comparison. We're large and in charge. There we go. Does that work? You've come here to learn. I'm glad. I'm very glad. Okay. So, as far as I'm aware, alerts will not happen whilst we're in the scene. Nope, we will not have alerts. I have my BGM on. Which BGM is this? Okay, it is the correct BGM. Yep. And then, what is this? Oh, that's my background. Let me just rename this. Okay. And then, yeah, this looks all good. Yeah, this looks all good. Full teacher mode. So let me just very quickly do a very quick run through. Okay. I wanted to add that. I can always edit this mid lecture, I suppose. Let's maybe move these points around, actually. Sorry, I'm so fussy when it comes to the order of my lectures. I move things around too much, I apologize. I'm too picky. And maybe I'm just too picky. I try and make it as good as possible, but then I mess up and yeah. Also, I don't have my... So very, very big disclosure at the moment, guys. I don't have my bibliography done because I literally finished this last minute. So the bibliography, I will try and get it done in time for... I'll try and finish it tomorrow because there's some sources in particular that are in Czech. And I'm relying on other people translating the Czech sources, and so I want to try and find better versions because I'm relying on the works of other people, which is really not what you should do when you're doing academia. Just a heads up. So I'm having to rely, because a lot of sources of the time period, because it is such a small it is actually a very small conflict. So learning about specific characters and specific people in this time frame is quite difficult because they get mentioned in like some random Czech chronicle involving someone else, and they're just like a little footnote where it's like, oh, by the way, this person did this and this and this. So you end up with like a lot of the sources being very obscure and not translated into English. So I have to use a lot of other historians' works, but oftentimes those historians' works aren't even translated into English either. So one of the worst things is having to rely on Czech sources that aren't translated then into English. So it's Czech historians talking about Czech history, and I'm using machine translation to try and understand what is happening. So you shouldn't do that. If I can't find the actual sources, I'll just reference the original Czech sources instead. And then I'll try and figure it out. But yeah, it's a bit of a unfortunate messed up situation of having to rely on I should have maybe hired someone who can understand Czech. Can you pronounce Premyslid, I think how you pronounce that one, because it's the Premyslid is it Premyslid Dynasty? Am I saying that right? You're gonna hear a lot of butchered Czech, by the way. Just a heads up, I have that in one of my slides. It's Premyslid, right? You're gonna hear it. So I apologize in advance to any Czech people. I am going to butcher your language. Just a heads up. You're also probably gonna get mad at me for not including everything, but I tried to slim it down so it's more concise and easier to digest of a history topic. Because there's so many little weird events happening on at the same time that could also be, included in the lecture. But I tried to trim it down just to make it a little lighter and a little bit easier to follow and understand. But yeah, thank you very much for coming, guys. I hope you enjoy it. That was almost perfect. Premyslid? Is it Premyslid? I did end up consulting certain YouTube what do you want to call them, like pop historians, because there's some pop historians who actually had like the proper pronunciations, I believe, because they were Czech. So I was using them for double checking my spelling and also pronunciation, but then I forgot them all because I didn't review them this morning because I had no time, because I woke up 20 minutes before I was supposed to start stream. So yeah, I apologize to all my lack of Czech ability. I was double checking with the Czech. Yeah, I was. So yeah, if we are ready. Okay, we've only got 9 minutes left to the start of the lecture. Not the start of the lecture, the ads on Twitch, I think. So should we just maybe chill for 9 minutes and then I'll start? Premyshell? Is it Premyshell? I can check. There was one of the nice things is that sometimes Google does give you a it does sometimes give you the pronunciation sometimes. There we go. But then sometimes, a lot of times, when you Google things in Czech, it just comes up with Czech online sources, and it does not help you. It does not help you at all. Oh my gosh. Good thing I didn't start. I think there's a delivery. My roomies did tell me that there was going to be a delivery. One sec. Okay, so that was one of them. That sounded like a Dashan. You know your dogs. Yes, that was a Dashan. I have a little sausage dog. My roomies and I have a little sausage dog. And, yeah, apparently that was one of maybe 2 or 3 deliveries. I apologize in advance for any interruptions in the class because, yeah. Yeah, Lottie is very, very keen to bark at anything. I think it turns out that the entire breed is like that, to be honest. It turns out there's just the dog is like that, and then all dogs are like that. There's lots of videos of people trying to get them to calm down. I think my roomie showed me a meme of someone, you know, the mouth tape? The mouth tape that those influencers online use when they sleep, so they don't mouth breathe whilst they're sleeping. There was one of them trying to get their dog to be like, you should try this. And the dog's just like, nah. I should start doing that? Should I? Should I start doing that? Should I start mouth taping and what are the nonsense that other people do on the internet? I think it's not a good idea. How's my jawline? I have no idea. PP in your pants. Thank you for subscribing on Twitch. And also thank you, Silver, for this super chat. Another donation. Thank you very much. And thank you, Cypherworks, for 14 months. Yeah, so just a heads up, guys. There won't be any TTS or anything whilst I'm in this screen. So yeah, now would be a good time if you do want to like subscribe or donate or whatever you want to do. Get it in now. Thank you, Justin Stuff, for subscribing on YouTube, sorry. Because we'll be starting after the ads on Twitch happen, which is in... Give me a second. I should have my dashboard open so I can tell you. It is in 6 minutes. There we go. Glintlock, thank you for the message. If so, you are streaming on my birthday. Oh, okay. Happy birthday. Oh, happy birthday. Guys, please say happy birthday to Glintlock. Happy birthday. I hope you have a wonderful day. I think I will be streaming tomorrow, depending on how I feel, in regards to, after this stream, because I am kind of running on fumes. From trying to get this all done in time. So I apologize if there's, if there is a lack of energy. I'll try and do my best. I'll hype myself up on caffeine, but I'll hopefully get some good rest, and then I will be good to go for tomorrow's stream. I don't have my schedule up just yet. I'll do my schedule. We could do that mid-stream. We could do it between the finish of the lecture and then the start of the sponsor stream. We could do that. Actually, no, it's a sponsored stream, so I should focus on the sponsor. I should probably focus on the sponsor. Why is there a little floaty H there? What's going on there? Oh, there it goes. Never mind. Yeah, happy birthday. Happy birthday indeed. And thank you, Harry, for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome membership. Sorry, it's terminology is difficult. Thank you, Harry, and thank you, Zoo, as well. Thank you very much. That was his profile picture. Oh, okay. Fair enough. And thank you, Recovering Reparate, for the super chats. I think you sent one earlier. I'm sorry, I didn't read it out. Would you rather rediscover all the missing art from World War II or have an untapped access to the Library of Alexandria at the peak of its translated books? Probably the Library of Alexandria. No offense to all the missing art from World War II. I'm a historian, not an art historian, so yeah, probably the Library of Alexandria. Oh, and thank you, 4873, for 26 months of support. Thank you very much. And thank you, Falcon, for subscribing on Twitch as well. Thank you. Art Kids Crying. Jets in Shambles. Yeah, she would. That's okay. She could just pick the art option, right? Did the lecture just start? I was kind of just like doing a little bit of yapping to let people join the stream and tune in. And then it ended up that I ended up streaming for an hour. Just kind of like filling time and letting people join, like filter in. Is this it? Oh. Premyslid. That's how you say it. Premyslid, apparently. Generational yapper? Not really. I was also filling time trying to change the order of my slides, so it's hopefully makes a bit more sense, but hopefully it's not too bad of some random jumps. Hopefully not too many random jumps to fill the time and all that jazz. In the lecture, I should say. Hopefully. They should have had a photocopier in the Library of Alexandria. They did. They were called people. They were called people. They were the photocopiers. Human effort and ingenuity were the photocopiers of our time. In fact, for a long period of time, we did have photocopiers. They were just people who had to do it by hand, manually. A lot of our clergy class in medieval history are responsible for keeping knowledge alive from the past. A lot of our sources about Roman society and Roman life exist today because they were copied over and over and over again by the clergy. Were they paid? Well, yeah. They got to serve in the clergy, so they were able to, have a living, and they were fed and given board and shelter and work. So yeah. How long will the lecture be? I am interested, but it is 3 a.m. in Czechia right now. It's 40 slides now. I added an extra slide. So there's, realistically, it's probably going to be somewhere in the region of 3 hours. So I would suggest, if there are any Europeans, guys, go to sleep. I appreciate you guys staying up for the lecture, but I would suggest getting some rest. Because there's VODs. There will be a VOD on Twitch, there'll be a VOD on YouTube. So get some good rest, and then when you wake up in the morning, you can watch it and then make fun of me for doing a bad job. Yeah. I would rather you guys get a good night's sleep. I would rather you guys get a good night's sleep so you can actually enjoy the lecture instead of being half asleep and trying to stay up. I don't hate you guys. It's just the unfortunate circumstance of time zones, and my predominant streaming start time is this time. I was tempted to maybe rebroadcast the lecture, because what I could do is I could do a rebroadcast in the evening, if I'm not still streaming, of the lecture in a European time whilst I'm asleep. I don't know if that would be interested in that, because I've never done a rebroadcast on YouTube, but I could do that. I just trim off the start bit, and then when I get to the actual lecture, we can have that be the rebroadcast, and then I'll just have it be unarchived or something, right? But then I would be stealing views from my own content. Anyway, we're gonna get those ads on Twitch in any second now. Thank you, Sergeant Anders, for 14 months support. Thank you very much. And yeah, just a heads up, I won't be reading any donations or anything during the lecture. Maybe I'll do them during the break. But I also want to get another cup of tea and some water, so those ads will be playing any second now. So one sec, I'll just go. I think they're gonna play any second now. So whilst we wait for the ads, I'll just go get that tea and the water. Save it for the end. We could do that. A bosh. Yes. Thank you. while she's gone, what's Bohemia? Bohemia is modern-day Czechia, formerly known as the Czech Republic. It is a kingdom. It's the previous kingdom name of the region of Bohemia, which is in Central Europe, situated between Germany, Austria, and Poland, and also Hungary. Well, I guess nowadays it would also be Slovakia as well. Yeah, it's a very important part of history. Very, very important. It's in the Queen song. Actually, so I do have something I can maybe tease. I got to interview the developers. And so they actually mentioned the Queen song. They were very kind and answered a few of my questions. So we'll have those interspersed throughout the lecture. There's the kettle, but... Bam. Okay. It's time to start. So if everyone's ready, everyone get your devices out. Get your notepads out. Get ready to start learning. If you have any questions, by the way, guys, I'll pause at the end of every page. So if you do want to ask any questions, I will verbalize that. If you want to ask any questions, or if there's anything you want to ask, or just say, you can do it at when I say. Try not to like flood the chat with any like questions, especially if I don't answer it. I apologize. There also may be questions I can't answer because I don't know, because as prepared as I am, or unprepared as I am, I might not have all the answers. So I might have to Google things to try and figure it out myself to give you an answer. There's a quiz? No, there's no quiz. It's I know the dream of the dream of a quiz happening at the end of the lecture has been ruined once again, but don't worry, there's no quiz today. Okay, so let me just remember, does this work on Google Slides? It does! Yippee! Okay, so welcome guys to... Actually, I should do the actual intro. Hello everyone, and welcome to today's history lecture. We are going to be focusing today on the history of Bohemia, the Kingdom of Bohemia, around the turn of the 15th century, and what it means for the game Kingdom Come Deliverance. And also Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And thank you very much to Plion for today's sponsor for the history lecture, as well as the gameplay afterwards. So thank you very much for the support. So yeah, this will be the contents of the lecture. So we'll be focusing first of all on a brief history of the Holy Roman Empire and how it worked or didn't, as it is a very complex entity and it's quite difficult to try and summarize. So I'll be honest. If you know anything about the HRE, it's quite hard to summarize in a very clear and concise manner exactly how it worked, but I think I've done an okay job listing the various like basic features and how it was structured. Well, for our time period, the HRE existed for a long time, so it has a few variants or forms that it happened throughout. It went through throughout history. So we'll also be talking about succession laws and elections. So that is something that's pertinent to both the Holy Roman Empire and the Kingdom of Bohemia. And then the most important three characters that we'll be focusing on for the lecture are, in terms of history, are the reign of Charles IV and his sons Wenceslaus IV and Sigismund I. And so there's between the two sons, we have the conflict of kings, and also the Margraves, which is another side conflict that is also important to our time frame. And then I will talk briefly on the Hussite movement and the Hussite wars. I'm not going to go too in depth because obviously the Hussite wars are beyond the scope of the time frame for the game. But obviously Jan Hus is a fairly important character that is mentioned throughout the time frame. And yeah. After that, we'll talk briefly about how history has shaped Kingdom Come Deliverance with a little bit of insight from the developers. So thank you very much to the developers for answering some of my questions, which I have things kind of interspersed throughout the lecture to hopefully spread it out and make it more interesting instead of just like a dump of questions at the end. Okay. So first things first is the preface about the lecture and in advance with various different things. I haven't finished the second game. I have only played, I think I played like 40 hours before I took a break, because obviously I was going through various different things, preparing for debut of Phase and whatnot. And also there was some weirdness with streaming the game as well. So for the sake of avoiding spoilers for that game, I'm going to be focusing specifically on the events of the first game. So please don't also spoil the events of the second game for me, guys. And hopefully I will try and do my best to not spoil the events of Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, but there will be some spoilers. So just a heads up that if you haven't played the game, if you haven't played Kingdom Come Deliverance at all, there will be some spoilers for the game, but I do have a warning for that when we get to it, okay? I also have, it's kind of funny, I have the spoiling warning for when I actually talk about the history that is included in the game as well, just in case. Audentes fortuna uevat, yes. I think I butchered the Latin. Also, yeah, speaking of butchering the Latin, I don't speak Czech either, so I apologize in advance for any terrible pronunciations involving names, places, anything, to be honest. I apologize in advance, because I don't know how to pronounce most of the names. Some of them are pretty easy, like Jan Hus. If only everyone's name was just Jan Hus, it would be so much easier to say everyone's names. But unfortunately, not everyone has an easy to understand name, so just a heads up. I will probably butcher them. Please feel free to try and correct me, but it's kind of hard to correct via a text format. So yeah, I apologize in advance. And then also, a lot of the time period is not actually translated into English. A lot of our sources for the focal point of the game, in particular, which is dealing about a actually very minor conflict which had more broader implications on the history of the events of Bohemian history, and also, honestly, world history. A lot of our sources are actually still in Czech and not translated and only studied by Czech historians. So as a result, we don't have the greatest, or I at least, I don't have the greatest access to a lot of those sources because they are language gated to me. I'm having to rely a lot on using machine translation, but unfortunately, you can't really rely on them too much, so I tried not to rely too much on the actual machine translations and tried to find English scholarship work or scholarly works that do deal with the time frame and time period, but there are going to be some probably more in-depth Czech sources that I don't have access to simply because it's language gated to me, and I don't really feel comfortable relying on machine translations for things like that. So yeah, just a heads up. Just a heads up for any Czech historians or Czech people who maybe know the time frame more intimately, because you have the language is not gated to you because you just are able to understand it. So just apologies in advance if there's any important information that I have missed. Just be aware, it's probably because I couldn't understand the sources, unfortunately. You're used to it. That's fair. Okay. So, starting off, we have one of the questions that I sent to the developers. So I said, hello, developers. How do you go about the process of adapting history into a fictional story whilst maintaining the spirit of a historical game? What were the challenges? Because as you may not know, the story of Kingdom Come Deliverance involves a fictional character. So Henry of Skalitz, the protagonist of the video game, is not based on any person. There are characters who are based on historical figures, but the protagonist himself is a fictional character. He's real to you? Sure. So ultimately, the game is a piece of fiction set in a historical context. So there is a historical context to the events of the game, but the actual story that it is telling is fictional. So that's a very important question to ask for any sort of a game that is sort of portrayed as a historical game. How do you actually make stories interesting when you are, I guess, not necessarily limited by history, but you are having to work within the bounds of history? So yeah, that is an interesting question for me, at least. And the developers were nice enough to give me a written answer, so I'll be reading this out verbatim. Okay. So thank you to the developers for responding. Our philosophy is, history sets the stage, but the drama is human. We don't want players to feel like they're in a museum. We want them to feel like they've been dropped into a living, breathing world in 15th century Bohemia. So we base the political events, locations, and many characters on real history, but we weave fictional, personal stories through them. Also, the main character, you, is a fictional character. The hardest part is preserving authenticity without letting accuracy get in the way of storytelling or fun gameplay. For example, in real history, many nobles sat on the fence during conflicts, trying not to commit. Very political indeed, but not exactly thrilling game material, so we will get into that later in the lecture. There are many more examples of this, so we have to be very careful when bending reality, always staying emotionally and thematically true to the time, even if the individual story beats are invented or shortcuts. At the end of the day, Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and 2 remain just a game, but everything we show should at least be plausible. So that's something that is important to remember when it comes to the game itself, is that they are creating stories within history and, you know, making their own story whilst trying to at least remain plausible within the realms of history. So yeah, that's something to bear in mind when it comes to the game beats and the story and all the events that happen in the game, because yes, they are trying to tell their own story. They're not just relying on history for, you know, start, middle, end of the story, because obviously a lot of historical events might not be as interesting as a game would be, unfortunately. So yeah, there you go. So moving on, guys, to the first part of the lecture, which is the Holy Roman Empire. So, what is the Holy Roman Empire? Well, the answer is it's kind of complex. It's kind of complex, to be honest. Pretty complex. So the easiest way to describe the Holy Roman Empire, for me at least, is calling it a decentralized confederation of numerous multi-ethnic territories acting in a semi-independent capacity. That's the easiest way to kind of frame it. It was located typically in Central and Western Europe. And there's the flag. That's the imperial flag that I think was introduced in the 1500s. I think that's 1506 that flag was introduced. And I think that the borders shown in the image is the borders of the HRE at its height in the, I want to say 1200s or the 1100s. It might be the 1100s with, would it be the territories of Frederick Barbarossa? It's the original border goal. Yes. So what we typically associate with the start of the Holy Roman Empire is actually the first title being bestowed upon Charlemagne as Roman Emperor in the year 800 by the Pope Leo III. However, that is not necessarily what we truly think of as the HRE nowadays, which was the elected sort of monarchy system involving the semi-independent vassals acting somewhat autonomously under the role of the emperor as the guiding or controlling figure, who had, to be honest, not that much power. With Charlemagne's empire, or the Carolingian Empire, that was a more traditional feudal kingdom in which there was a dynastic lineage of inheritance, and it was just a regular sort of standard kingdom that you would know from throughout medieval history. So we call that almost like a proto Holy Roman Empire, but not necessarily the actual Holy Roman Empire. It just so happens that Charlemagne was bestowed the title, but it wasn't necessarily what we think of as the Holy Roman Empire today. So the title was held by Charlemagne and his successors until about 924, in which the title was lapsed. And then it was revived in 962 when Otto I, also known as Otto the Great, was crowned by Pope John XII. And that is typically what we use as the benchmark for the original, not the original, but the foundation of the Holy Roman Empire that we know of today, involving the decentralized confederation involving multiple people all over the place. And then it lasted for pretty much 1,000-ish years, which is pretty impressive considering how much of a mess the Holy Roman Empire was. But it was dissolved in 1806 by Francis II after Napoleon beat the crap out of the Austrians during the Napoleonic Wars, and he created the Confederation of the Rhine. So, as always, Napoleon ruining history. Yeah. So, when we're talking about the Holy Roman Empire, guys, you guys have already... You know what to expect when I talk about the Holy Roman Empire. I think it's kind of expected that when you're talking about the Holy Roman Empire, you get old Voltaire. So, Voltaire famously said that the Holy Roman Empire was neither holy, nor Roman, nor an empire. There he is. There's Voltaire, the 18th century foppish French lad. It's a classic quote. It is a classic quote. There's you can throw tomatoes at me or whatever. Yeah, so was it Holy Roman or an empire? Reality, it's a lot more complex than that. You also have to take into account that Voltaire is making that statement in the 1700s. So by that point, the Holy Roman Empire was kind of... Well, it wasn't kind of. It was very much in its decline. It was, the last 100 or so years of its life. Its power had waned through numerous conflicts throughout history. You had the 30 Years' War had decimated it. You had the rise of Prussian power in the region that was off, even though Prussia was technically in the empire, its power was often eclipsing the emperor as well. So you have by the time frame that Voltaire is talking about the Holy Roman Empire, you have to remember that it is the period in which it was somewhat of an antiquated institution. And you also have to remember that he's French. That's another important thing. And France and the HRE had pretty big beef over the years. So that also is obviously shaping his opinion on the Holy Roman Empire, because he's French. That's basically it. He's part of the French. He's part of the Enlightenment. So he doesn't really have many nice things to say about the HRE, because he looks at it as if it's a thing of the past and isn't representative of his modern politics or the modern political landscape that he was existing in. So yes, the multiple eras of the Holy Roman Empire make it very difficult to explain in 5 dot points that I did there. So there isn't, like, as I mentioned, there's not even one accepted time start date for the HRE. I will personally just say that, for me at least, the start date of the HRE, as we know it as the institution of the HRE, is going to be Otto's first reign in 962. Because that's the establishment of the sort of elective confederation, rather than the, what Charlemagne established or had established by the point that he was crowned emperor. And there's also all sorts of political reasons as to why Charlemagne was crowned, which we'll allude to in a little bit. So yeah. Where was he up to? Oh yeah. So also very importantly, so the term Holy Roman Empire was only attested from the 13th century onwards. There was lots of other nicknames for it. So it was called the Empire a lot. In fact, in a lot of official documents, like the Peace of Westphalia, I believe, they only ever refer to it as the Empire, or they mostly refer to it as the Empire. So it's one of those weird things where we're kind of using terms to describe things or label things that the people themselves did not necessarily use. It's another sort of situation like the Byzantine Empire, for example. We, as modern historians, use the term the Byzantine Empire, but obviously the people of the Byzantine Empire did not call themselves that. Yeah, exonyms. Thank you. Sorry, I did forget the word exonym. So yeah, there were other terms that they used to describe themselves or label themselves. It was called Universum Regnum, which is the whole kingdom, Imperium Christianum, which is the Christian Empire, and Romanum Imperium, which obviously means Roman Empire. I don't know why I said Roman that way. So for the sake of this lecture, I will try and focus on the HRE during the time frame of the game, which is late 14th, early 15th century, but I do have a little bit of a lead up to provide more context, especially in regards to the Kingdom of Bohemia, because it's, a very important aspect of the topic, because we're talking about Bohemian history. So yeah. How do the kingdoms outside call the empire? I think they just called it, they probably just used the term the empire, because you have to remember at the time, like for the most of the empire's history, you didn't really have many Christian quote-unquote empires, right? So our modern understanding of empires typically kind of come about with the rise of colonialism. So that has a pretty big impact on, how people perceive the powers of Europe in particular, right? So you have to remember, for a large part of the Holy Roman Empire's existence, for the most part, everyone around them were just kingdoms. There were very few entities that were considered actual empires. Like, you had the Ottomans, but you could just call them the Ottomans or the Turks. You didn't necessarily call it the Ottoman Empire specifically. So you had the French, you had the British, you had the Spanish, you had the Portuguese, all these political entities, political states that, or nation states that went on to form empires, but those were mainly through the sort of colonial period and the establishment of overseas global, colonial empires involving like the New World, and, in the state, for the case of Britain at least, you had colonies all over the place. You had the Germans technically colonizing after the HRE's existence, involving like Germany and also in Asia, Southeast Asia and the Pacific. Same with, the British. You have the Portuguese getting land in Portugal. I mean, not Portugal. It's obviously had land in Portugal. In India, for example, you had the Goa. So yeah, you had legit question. If you were between two big Christian empires at the time when they were both strong, say Hungary in the 11th century, how would you distinguish between the two? So I think at that point, that's one of the things that we're talking about, thank you for the question, is that you wouldn't have called the Hungarians an empire. They would have just been called the Hungarian kingdom, or Hungary, or Magyar, or whatever you want to use the term, right? They didn't really use the term empire for things aside from the Holy Roman Empire. It wasn't until later that you had the establishment of, like I said, the colonial powers. There was also, oh, you mean in terms of the Byzantines? I mean, let's be honest. I mean, the Byzantines, the Romans, or the Roman Empire, if you want to, use the term that they call themselves, they didn't really, they were kind of, how do you say? They weren't really very empire-y, were they? They kind of just lost a lot by that point. By the time that you have Hungary existing, right? You call them the Greeks, you call them the Romans if they wanted to be called the Romans, which obviously they did. Their power was increasing and position was increasingly irrelevant, especially after, the failed Crusades. You have the Battle of, I don't know how to say it, begins with an M? Mizikurt? I'm so sorry, it's in eastern Turkey. What is it? Battle of Mizikurt in Manzikert? Is it Manzikert? Menzkert? They got absolutely, for lack of a better term, they got BTFO'd by, was it the Seljuks? It was the Seljuks, yeah. And so, obviously, history isn't just like one-way traffic. Things, ebb and flow throughout history, and, the Byzantines did manage to recover a little bit of their prestige and land. But, yeah, for the most part, a failing empire is still an empire. I mean, that's true. That is true. But, for the most part, the Bohemians were kind of outside of the realm of importance for especially Central Europeans. Aside from, obviously, when the Crusader period was happening, for example. And also, Crusades do come up. We have the Battle of Nicopolis further in the lecture. It's a bit different. It's a bit of a different, when we're dealing with the HRE, the Byzantines were important, but not as important to, say, the Kingdom of Bohemia would be more important and more pertinent to the people of the empire than what was going on in Constantinople. The word empire has specific cultural connotations in medieval Europe that is kind of lost on us. It's true. Also, you have to remember that the title King of the Romans for the Holy Roman Empire is in direct conflict with the Byzantine Empire as well. So it's kind of difficult to, say whether the Byzantines were cool with that. Who is the real successor to Rome? HRE, the Ottomans. I mean, honestly, you could just say that it died with the Byzantines. You don't have to say that there's successors. Sometimes things can just die. Sometimes things can just end. People can claim successorship all they want, but it could just end. It doesn't necessarily have to continue. I know some people, like you said in the chat, say that it died when there was the split. Like the Ottomans obviously still called themselves Rum. They called themselves Romans. They called themselves, was it Rum? I think that's the term. Third Rome exists. In Moscow, they also claimed successorship because they had married into the Byzantine family and then also had a religious connection to the empire. And then you have, you have the various successor states. So you have like Venice, technically is a successor state of Rome because it was founded by Roman refugees. But they never really called themselves that. So, the claim was never really pressed. For example. A lesser one known would be Romanians. Yeah, I mean, well, a name as well. Epirus, really? Epirus? I suppose, yes. I mean, Epirus is a whole basket case of, you know, all that stuff. But yeah, for me personally, I would say that the Byzantine Empire is the end of the Roman Empire, for me at least. Successor states is kind of just like, hey, we're just trying to hitch our legacy, our history onto the legacy of the past to give ourselves legitimacy, which, you know, is literally it. Same with the HRE and the Pope doing the Pope things to try and, you know, keep it going, give legitimacy to the empire, and, you know, the Ottomans did the same thing in Constantinople. Okay, so moving on. So, was it holy? This is where it gets a bit funky, because we're gonna try and dissect a little bit of Voltaire's statement. Is the Holy Roman Empire holy? The answer is yes and no, kind of. So, originally, the reason that the Pope was crowning Charlemagne and Otto, and, well, I guess everyone emperor, is that they were kind of trying to establish like a defender of Christianity, because obviously at the same time as all of these events happening, you have the rise of the Muslim world, especially during Charlemagne's lifetime. But yeah, it's a very, yes, as you mentioned, it's a very, very subjective discussion as to whether it was truly a holy empire, and you're kind of splitting hairs, but that's what historians do. So it technically is holy in the highest position in the Catholic Church is conferring the title to the emperor. It is granted by God's most important person on the planet, in the Catholic Church at least. And so, yeah, you have that element of, I guess, legitimacy. For a long time frame of the empire, it was defined by its relationship with the Pope. So you have, for example, as someone mentioned in the chat, Charlemagne helped protect the papacy from the Lombards. Or was that Otto? No, that was Otto, right? I think. Was it both of them? No, it was the... I'm getting my history time frame mixed up. It was kind of, I guess, both of them kind of invaded Italy, right? Yeah, I think both of them did, right? Charlemagne fought the Lombards, but I think... Or was it Otto that fought the Lombards? Otto seized the kingdom of Italy from the Lombards. There we go, yes. Was it? I'm getting my time frames confused. But yes, basically both of them helped beat up the people in North Italy to protect the Pope from foreign powers. Hence why the title was conferred to the emperor, right? And so yeah, there was elements of that, because obviously the Pope was defended, and you know there were various different other reasons as to why the title was conferred, especially to Charlemagne. We'll get to that in a sec. And then, yeah, the title of Sacrum Imperium, which is Holy Empire, was used in 1157 for the Staufer dynasty, which is the dynasty of Frederick I, also known as Frederick Barbarossa, who is... Is it fair to say that he is the greatest Holy Roman Emperor, I should say? I think it's probably fair to put him in the number one spot, right? Number one spot? Or he would definitely be in the top 3, right? He's the most well-known. Charles V, I guess Charles V is technically the height of the empire, because you have the induction of Spain and Spanish territories into the empire, right? Or being controlled by the emperor. But, I don't know. He's in the Civ game, so yes. Yeah, sure, that's the metric that we can use. If he's in Age of Empires and Civ, then he's the most important one. He fumbled the Third Crusade. He did, but, like, he fell off his horse, right? Or he just... something happened and he drowned, and then he was in a barrel. Charles V didn't do anything. He was just born into the role. Yeah. Frederick II did go on the crusade. Yes, but that was a little bit later. There was a bit of time between the first Frederick and the second Frederick. Didn't he drown in a shallow river? Well, yeah, try trying to swim in, like, plate armor, right? Trying to swim in a full plate armor. It's kind of difficult to do so. What was the contingency plan for the Christians Pope if/when the HRE were to fall? I don't know. Well, the kind of is there kind of was contingency plans, especially for trying to keep the Ottomans in check, which we will mention later in the lecture. But yeah. I mean, the contingency plan was form up everyone and fight, basically, right? The plan was to not let it fall. Hence, you know, you have the siege of Vienna being rescued by the Poles, for example, right? When the winged hussars arrived. Who decided to swim in plate armor? He didn't try to swim in it. He fell off his horse, I think. And then just drowned, because he's in full plate armor. I think is how it works. So yeah, the addition of the Holy to the title is ironically distancing itself from the Pope / needing papal permission, which is something that becomes more prevalent in the future, as evident by in the No section. I mentioned that the Pope actually stops being involved in the coronation of the Holy Roman Empire in 1530, which is, I think, the reign of Charles V was the last one to be crowned Holy Roman Empire Emperor by the Pope, and after that point, it was just conferred to the King of the Romans after they were elected, right? I think it's how that works, but I might be wrong. So the Pope kind of gets cut out of the deal later on, which it could be a sign that, you know, obviously the HRE wasn't necessarily H. It was not holy. There's also events throughout the empire's existence for the 1,000 years, which obviously kind of went against the church and put it at odds with the church's authority. For example, the investiture controversy, in which the emperor was basically arguing that, hey, secular rulers get to choose who their bishops and archbishops are, and the Pope was like, no, you can't do that, that's naughty, you shouldn't do that, I should be the one that gets to choose that because or the church should be able to do that because it's the church, and the church is above the station of the emperor. And so that's also, you know, part of the argument as to why the HRE isn't necessarily holy, because you have differing tiers of relationships between the emperor and the Pope, at least, of who is more important in the hierarchy of, you know, European society. And, you know, at one point the Pope was obviously the most important person, and sometimes, you know, especially after when you start getting to, like, the 1400s, 1500s, obviously the Pope gets, you know, a little less important. The Emperor is much more important, especially around the reign of, I want to say Maximilian, who is another fairly important emperor. Wasn't Barbarossa the guy who died and went inside a pickle barrel? I believe so, yes. I believe that's what his, because he died on crusade, so his soldiers kept him preserved in a pickle barrel. Because obviously the king needs to be looked after even in death. I don't know if it was pickles. Well, I mean, it makes sense if it was pickles, but it was a barrel, right? Because they needed to get him home, right? Okay. So that was it holy? Was it Roman? No. The answer is, No. They did call themselves Roman, but culturally and ethnically and, well, everythingly, the empire was made up by Germans and ruled by Germans for pretty much most of its existence. Obviously, yes, you do have the Translatio Imperii, which gave them the right to call themselves, or they gave themselves the right to say that they were the spiritual successors of the Romans, and obviously the Pope kind of also helped facilitate that. But I mean, the reasons why we have Charlemagne in the first place getting the title, you know, stems back from, one, the Pope was defended by Charlemagne, and then two, you also have in the East things like Irene of Athens becoming Empress of the Holy Roman Empire, and the Pope was like, what? A woman? A woman? Being the Emperor of Rome? Not on my watch, he says, and says, you're not real. And so he bestows Charlemagne with the title and says, you're actually the Roman Empire now, because the Roman Empire cannot be led by a goddamn woman. And so, I mean, Irene of Athens was kind of a little bit evil. She did kill her own son. She did blind and then kill her own son, if I remember correctly, which is pretty bad. That's, like, not a nice thing to do, especially to someone that you gave birth to. Just a smidge evil. Or at least, well, you know, it's historians' job to not moralize history, but she's kind of, that's kind of like a bad move, right? She really hated her son. So yeah, she takes over, and obviously there were, after the reign of Irene, there were other empresses of the Byzantine Empire. So, you know, she did girl boss a bit too hard, yes. And so, more importantly, I guess, for example, for what made people Roman in the Roman Empire was obviously, or the Holy Roman Empire was obviously the connection through Translatio Imperii, which I'm going to butcher. I apologize. Latin is, I've forgotten all of my Latin. You know, most of the emperors didn't even bother going to Rome. Like, if you're talking about the geographical connection to Rome, obviously for the Byzantines as well, they considered themselves Romans, but they had lost Rome. By the fall of the empire, by the fall of the Byzantines, Rome hadn't been in control by them for 700 years? Something like that? So, you know, you can maybe argue that even just simply going to Rome is, you know, kind of like, you know, it's part and parcel of what made them the Holy Roman Emperor, because they had to be crowned in Rome. Aside from a few of them? I think a few of them were crowned outside of Rome. But yeah. It's a little bit more complex than that to say that, you know, the Holy Roman Empire was Roman. It's basically just saying that, you know, providing legitimacy to your reign via connecting it to the institution of the Western Roman Empire, right? It's pretty difficult to, I guess, you know, call yourself Roman when your name's, I don't know, Frederick, and you're from Aachen. But yeah. Moving on. Sorry, I don't have my OBS thing. There we go. I'm in the right window. What does it mean to be Roman? Who knows? It's in the eye of the beholder, right? What did the HRE think of the Byzantines? I think they... I don't actually know for certain, but I imagine there was a little bit of beef. But I mean, I think there were definitely attempts to try and restore the relations between East and West. If memory serves, you have Byzantine princesses ending up married, and also vice versa. You know, you have marriages between Byzantine and Central European powers, and whatnot. So you do have, you know, some diplomatic relations, but not necessarily. I don't know necessarily off the top of my head what exactly, because it's also, you're looking at two massive entities, especially one that's decentralized like the HRE, right? It's kind of hard to say, oh, the HRE thought of this, right? Of someone, because, you know, what does it mean to represent, who represents the HRE? I guess the Emperor, right? But the Emperor didn't really have much power? Because it is so decentralized, compared to like a traditional empire. Yeah, so was it an empire? So speaking of, here's the next point. Was the HRE an empire? Yes, no, maybe, I don't know. Can you repeat the question? You're not the boss of me now. Yes. Technically, the station of the Emperor was that he was above the status of king, which the Emperor technically had to due to the feudal hierarchy of the empire itself, right? So you have kings within the empire. You need someone to be above the title of king. How do you have someone be the title above the title of a king? It's pretty easy. Like, Emperor is pretty big step up. You have, for example, in Austria, you have the Habsburgs giving themselves the title of Archduchy, which gave them a rank above everyone else in the empire, for example. This is from real history, not the game or fiction. Yeah, we're talking about real history. Didn't kings have less power than what we expect today? Yes, that is true. So, especially during the feudal times in which the lands were split up between their vassals. And so, you know, it is what we think of like absolute monarchy wasn't really a thing until the later part of the empire. We're talking about like the 1600s onwards is when the idea of divine rule and absolute monarchy sort of emerges. I mean, the Pope is technically an absolute monarchy. But, yeah, the HRE, I mean, for the time frame that we're talking about for the lecture, no, you don't really have, like, the idea of a, divine rule, well, you do have divine rule in that the Emperor is technically chosen by God, but you don't have the idea that, like, it's like a dynastic series of, you know, dynastic family of the HRE, right? You don't have one family ruling. Well, you do technically, the Habsburgs, but that's because Habsburgs are stacking the deck, so to speak. Anyway, sorry. Getting back on track. Was it an empire? Yes, they do refer to themselves as the Empire, with no other empires in Europe really emerging for most of its existence until the emergence of colonial empires. Obviously, you have empires like the Byzantines, the Ottomans, but when you're dealing with a Christian Catholic empire, the empire in question is, for most of European history, the Holy Roman Empire. So then you can say, no, it's not an empire, because it was a decentralized confederation of semi-independent polities acting as vassals to an elected leader. That doesn't really sound very empire-y to us at the moment, right? But again, we're using our modern perspective on the past to try and label things, which can be a bit of a misnomer. And then also, I don't know, because it's a complex system and it didn't really have many contemporaries that we can compare it to. You have Poland in the 16th to 18th century with the, I don't know how to say it, sorry, it's Shem. I know it's not how you say it, but that's how it's written. The SJEM. It's pronounced really funny. Any Poles in the chat? Can you type how the pronunciation of that is? Or it's a Sejm, sorry, not S-J-E-M. A Sejm, S-E-J-M. If anyone knows how to pronounce it. Same. It's same. Thank you. I knew it's the funny J. Yeah, the same. It was literally the same. Okay. So yeah, that's kind of like, was the HRE an E? Was it an empire? It's hard to say. But they consider themselves an empire, so we use the term Holy Roman Empire to describe them or label them. Yeah. So, electors and elections. So, for the sake of this lecture, I am only going to focus on the period after the Golden Bull of 1356, which established a set system that would go on to... Sorry, I'm going to take a hydration real quick. Which would be the standard that the Empire sorted out elections for most of its history. Prior to the establishment of the Golden Bull of 1356, the system was a little bit more complex. And a little bit more all over the place. So for the sake of simplifying the lecture and not going too in-depth with history that isn't really pertinent to our topic, we're going to talk about the system that was established in 1356 under the reign of Charles IV, who is a important figure in the sake of our game time frame. And so there was the establishment of who would become King of Germany. So it's important that they're voting, very important distinction to mention that it is a king. They are voting for the King of Germany and the King of the Romans. I should actually say it should be they're voting for the King of the Romans, right? Hang on, minor error, guys. King of the Romans, sorry. And so they're voting for the King of the Romans, not for the Holy Roman Emperor. Very important distinction, because the Holy Roman Emperor by this point could only be bestowed by the Pope himself. And there were certainly times in which people were given the title of King of the Romans, but did not end up becoming Holy Roman Emperor. So there were 7 electors established. There were 3 ecclesiastical electors, which is the Archbishop of Mainz, I think that's how you say it, I'm sorry, I'm not German, the Archbishop of Trier, and the Archbishop of Cologne. And then you have 4 secular electors. Very importantly, guys, we have... Look at that! Oh, I missed out the A. Sorry. The Kingdom of Bohemia, yay! You have the Kingdom of Bohemia, you have the County Palatine, which is on the Rhine. It's like the Palatine Confederation on the Rhine. It's so complex. You have the Duchy of Saxony, and then you have the Margravites? I don't know how to pronounce that word, sorry. The Margrave of Bohemia. Not Bohemia, sorry, Brandenburg. And this was the established electors for most of the history of the Empire. 2 more would be added, mainly 2 more, like, for most of the history. The Duchy of Bavaria replaced the Palatine in 1623, and Brunswick-Luneburg was added in 1692. And then obviously towards the latter end of the Empire, it's a little bit more complex because everything was kind of falling apart, and they were like, oh crap, we got to do something. So they did a little bit of silliness with the electorships. And simply put, if you wanted to become emperor candidate, all you needed was 4 votes. That's all you needed. All you ever needed was 4 votes. And that's actually pretty straightforward, right? You just needed a simple majority of 4 out of 7. But this could be very, very complex, in fact, and very messy, because the candidates themselves could be electors. Because, as it would happen throughout history, many of the positions, especially by the time of the Habsburgs, you have people being able to vote for themselves for the King of the Romans, the title of King of the Romans, and then you also have that. You could also have that person owning multiple positions, or have multiple positions in their dynasty controlling multiple votes, as was the case, which is relevant to our time frame later in the lecture. So yeah, it does get a little bit murky when you could effectively and did effectively stack the deck against your rivals, so to speak. So yeah, moving on. Actually, any questions? Sorry, I haven't taken a break for questions. Actually, we have ads starting in 3 minutes. So if you guys want to ask some questions in the chat, I'm just very quickly going to run to the kitchen and flick the kettle on. Tea time already? It's already been an hour, and guys, I'm 12 slides in, and it's already been an hour. There's still 28 slides to go. So using that logic, the lecture will probably be somewhere in the region of 3 to 4 hours. How long did elections normally take? Oh, guess what? I actually talk about that in a future slide. But the elections they were given 3 months to, what's the word I'm looking for? 3 months to convene in Frankfurt, because I believe that's where the elections were taking place, in the city of Frankfurt. And then they had 30 days to decide on a simple majority. And if they didn't decide on a simple majority, they actually forced them to keep voting, and they were only fed water and bread until they decided on an answer. It's kind of like a conclave, almost. Which Frankfurt? The city of Frankfurt in central... Is it central? Central Germany? Tasting history of Max did a really good video on it. Ah, okay. Okay, we've got ads starting. I'm just going to pour the tea so I have the tea ready by the time the ads are over. So I just want to have a... I really want to see ads. Aha, sorry, I'm back. Ooh. Yes, hi. How many words will the report be? I don't know. It depends on you guys. That reminds me of the similar system used to vote for the current pope. Yeah, it's a little bit similar. I'm actually not too sure about the machinations of the conclave for the pope, if it's simply a majority or if it's you needed like an overwhelming majority. Does anyone know? Oh, also, I got a question via thingy. Why didn't the HRE get hegemony over Europe? Was it the infighting, or because their claim for Roman succession was not that good? I mean, hegemony of Europe it's kind of one of those things where you have to remember the HRE is existing at the same time as you've got some pretty major powers. You've got Poland, you've got Hungary, you've got France, you've got Spain. And then you all have, and even England, for that matter, Denmark in the north, you've got all these existing powers who are also competing at the same time, right? Papal conclave is 2/3 majority. Aha, there you go. So that adds a little bit more complexity. And also there's a shoot ton more people. Sorry, I'm trying not to swear too much for the lecture. But yeah, there's a lot more people in the papal conclave than the HRE conclave, that's for sure. Yeah, so that's kind of an important figure to remember about why there wasn't really a huge empire spanning the entirety of Europe, at least, is simply because there were too many independent powers that were all kind of competing and existing, coexisting at the same time, right? You have France, you have Denmark, you have Poland, you have Hungary to a lesser extent, you have Spain, you've got, even to the sides, you've got England, you've got Portugal, and then you've got also competing powers outside of Europe, but also applying pressure to Europe, right? You have what we call Central Europe. You have Russia to the formation eventually of the Muscovites, eventually, forming what we call Russia now. You have, even to a lesser extent, you have the Byzantines, obviously, who have still had some claimancy to being, the big dog, right? You have, and then even then you have the Ottomans as well, who came in and were like, bah! Came and beat up everyone in the Balkans, for example. Yeah. So it's kind of one of those situations where, as opposed to like a video game, like a strategy game where it's easy to just kind of blob out, and conquer all your neighbors and become big and powerful and become the power in the world. It's very different to when it comes to actual history, which is much more complex, right? You got an ad, but you're subscribed on Twitch. What the heck? Twitch, please. The heck? It doesn't work like EU4, unfortunately, because otherwise I would be the greatest ruler of all time. Actually, I think, well, I mean, there's better players than me, but thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so my tea should be ready because the ads are ending in about 30 seconds. So I'll be right back, guys. I'm just gonna go make my tea, add the milk, and I will, once I'm back, we'll get a show, we'll get back on the road, okay? I apologize, guys, if I sound a little sniffy. I think I might be getting sick. I think I might be getting a bit sick, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I sound a bit sniffy. And thank you very much for the support, guys. Hello. I don't need to put my earbuds in. I think I might have pushed myself a little bit too hard trying to finish this. It's because I was in America. I actually did really good about staying sick-free. Because of my trip. I always travel with a mask on, and I think I've managed to avoid illness. Also, my roomie ate all the snacks, so I don't have any snacks, so I apologize if I get a little peckish and I make a sandwich next ad break, along with a cup of tea, because I'm a bit hungry. I haven't had anything to eat. I got little nibbles, but I've run out of the little nibbles because there's not much left. So there might be a little bit of snacking midstream. I apologize because I'm running currently on no breakfast. Okay, so getting back onto the lecture. Okay, so we've got the election process, which I did allude to a little bit before we had the break. We've got the electors did not vote for the emperor directly. They voted for the position of the king of the Romans, who would then would succeed as Holy Roman Emperor once the current emperor died, or was abdicated, or was overthrown. And then the process involved them traveling to Rome, as I mentioned over here, sorry, at the bottom. I probably should have put this up the top. But once a king was chosen, they would eventually be crowned emperor by the Pope in Rome, which would require them to travel to Rome, which is a very important point. It was they geographically had to visit the Pope, which is, in some cases, a little bit more difficult than others. Yes, it's not like in a video game where you can just map travel there. We're talking multiple month trips, especially depending on where you are based in the empire. It's, pretty difficult to get from place to place. So the elections were called by the Archbishop of Mainz and held in the free city of Frankfurt, and the usual process, as we mentioned before, was a mass was held, followed by a 30-day period of voting until a majority is reached. And if no majority is reached, they are fed nothing but bread and water until they do. And I believe some other details that I can add to this process is that there was a 3-month period in which the electors were allowed to convene. They were allowed to use stand-ins to vote for them. And also, if you didn't show up, your vote was voided. So that did happen. A lot of times there were people who would abstain from voting because they were disgruntled or for whatever reason they didn't want to vote for either of the candidates. Normally there were only a handful of candidates, if for as far as I can tell, most elections were kind of pit between 2 or 3 candidates. There weren't normally like, it wasn't like in how games tend to represent it in the HRE at least, where they have all these people being picked from, you know, anywhere in the empire, right? Most of the time it was a specific, very specific people that were either attached to the previous electors, I mean, not previous electors, attached to the previous emperors, or had the political and, let's say, financial tools in which they could acquire votes acquire votes in certain ways, let's say, because there was definitely a little bit of corruption and bribery and a little bit of subterfuge and maybe some other nefarious practices that went into deciding who got whose vote, right? There was a lot going on back then because people wanted to be emperor. What a surprise! People wanted to be the Holy Roman Emperor. And so there's also a lot of pomp and circumstance and ceremony, and in regards to the whole process. This is all detailed in the Golden Bull of 1356, which I will go into, I think, very shortly. I'll try and read out the passages that are pertinent to Bohemia, but there is a lot going on, including, for example, where the electors get to sit, who gets what role, the order of presentation into the chamber, who gets what role. So, for example, the Margrave of Brandenburg got to wash the king's feet, the newly crowned king of the Germans, king of the Romans' feet, which, you know, for some reason is like a aspirational title. I think the king of Bohemia got to be the cupbearer, which feels weird that the king of the emperor, like the king of Bohemia, to be in a cupbearer's position feels a bit odd. Yeah, but it is an important role. Yes, you are right. Cite the sources in Latin. Look, it's very difficult for me to read the actual original Latin. I do have a translation, thank you to the Avalon project, which is a huge, it's actually not that long if you do want to read it. I can give a link in the chats when I get to it. It's a fascinating read to understand, if you've never read it, to learn about how the systems work. Sorry, I have a ping. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay, sorry. Oh gosh, I'm so sniffly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sniff into the mic. Sorry, I got a question from sponsor manager San. Okay, so any questions on the election process? Sorry, I don't mean to sniff into the mic. I'm so sorry. Ugh. I might need to blow my nose. I might just be blocked up because maybe I'm feeling a bit sick, or maybe it's just the, yeah. Any questions? Lots of biblical symbology with the positions of the electors. Yes, kind of. You're trolling a bit, you can't speak Latin. Well, okay. Were the rules ever broken? I can't speak for the entirety of the Holy Roman Empire because that's like 1,000 years of history. I would hazard to guess, yes. I would hazard to guess, yes, the rules may have been broken. I mean, like, people didn't show up for elections, right? You had, on numerous occasions, Brandenburg, for example, abstaining from voting because they hated the people involved. For example, Frederick the Great of Prussia, or Prussia-Brandenburg, I guess, whatever you want to call it. He hated Maria Theresa and Maria Theresa's relatives. I don't know specifically who it was, but he hated them so much. He was just like, this is a complete joke. Why are we voting for more Habsburgs? You've stacked the deck against the entire empire. And he was, he was just like, screw this. Not gonna bother going and voting. And also, yeah, it was like a long time period, right? You have like a month Like, maybe they could have, decided the election very quickly, but considering they were given 3 months to convene, and then, you have a 30-day period in which you have to vote, sometimes I imagine those votes did go for a while, which is a long time to be away from home, right? Especially when you're traveling across the empire to get there. Sorry. Any questions? How did the voting process affect future nations? Realistically, I think the only main nation that really kind of followed in the footsteps of the HRE is the same in Poland, at least contemporary-wise. The election system of the HRE is much different to what we now use in democratic societies, for example. Does the emperor get a vote? Via his will. Not necessarily, but the emperor could have held a title. So, for example, Charles IV held the title of King of Bohemia. So when the election for the next king of the Romans happened, he voted for his son. What a surprise. Guess what? He also bought the Margrave of Brandenburg and gave it to his son, who then voted for himself. So, that's already stacking the deck of getting halfway to the votes needed to becoming the next king of the Romans, for example. So yeah, there's a bit of a convenient thing. The emperor wasn't originally a position, was it? Well, the emperor was a position for it was all kind of ratified and established throughout history for the empire's history. So it's kind of complex. But yeah. The OG Nepo babies? Oh, there's been more OG Nepo babies than that. Okay, moving on. Sorry, I don't have my slide selected. Oh, can I go back? Okay, so we've gone over the election process. Who made up the Holy Roman Empire? So I'm trying to simplify this to the time frame of the game itself. So we're specifically focusing on early 15th century Holy Roman Empire. The way in which the empire is structured is incredibly, incredibly complex. It's not an easy system to describe. You can't just, it's not as simple as a feudal society in which you can just do like a triangle in which, you have the king or emperor at the top, and then you have the various different social strata, going down in terms of importance. For example, emperor, then king, then duchy, then counts, then knights, then peasants, then, you can't really do that with the HRE, because it's like a spaghetti in a factory in Factorio. Sorry, you know how like you make a factory in Factorio and you just make an absolute mess of it? It's kind of like that. And then you rebuild it multiple times because you're like, oh, this doesn't work, and then you try and make sense of what you've built, and then it doesn't work either, and it's just like that basically. But it did kind of work, like it did function, but it was very messy. Thank you very much. I play Factorio. I've played it like once. Sorry, small weird tangent to try and explain why the HRE is a mess. So, dealing with the time frame that we are focusing on, there's three main subjects within the empire. So you have the aforementioned imperial electors, which was the guys from before, the 7 electors. You have Mainz, Trier, Cologne, Saxony, Palatine, Bohemia, and Brandenburg. Then you have the overall imperial princes, and then you have the imperial cities. There were more than that, but those are the 3 more important members of the HRE, or the powers within, or subjects within the HRE. The imperial princes were the immediate vassals of the emperor. So if you don't know what immediate vassal means, immediate vassal is someone who is directly below the emperor in terms of hierarchy. So that would be, literally anyone that answered directly to the emperor. Immediate vassal is someone who has some sort of overlord or other figure between them and the emperor. So that could be, for example, an imperial prince had a count as a subject. That count would be immediate vassal of the emperor, whereas the imperial prince would be a immediate vassal of the emperor. It's a very easy way to explain that system. So the imperial princes were predominantly what the important members of the empire. They were considered, their territories were considered imperial states, and to take part in any decision making in the empire, they had to they had to pay general tax to the empire to be included in the imperial diets, also known as the Reichstag, which is, you know, a term that is still used by Germany today for its governance. So yeah, and then those who did not pay were not able to vote. And so then the imperial cities are your free cities within the empire that were typically republics that weren't, you know, you're looking at your places like Ulm, you're looking at Frankfurt, you're looking at Verdun, you're looking at Augsburg. I think was Augsburg? No, Augsburg wasn't a free city, sorry. Oh, is it Memmingen a free city? No, Memmingen's not a free city. Hamburg, yes, thank you. Basically any sort of like the republics within the HRE were free cities, but it's a bit more complex than that. But to make it simple, they were essentially the republics within the empire. So they had a vote, but their vote was basically ignored. Their vote was basically ignored. They kind of didn't really matter to the emperor. They didn't really get included in decision making. They were just like, hey, we think this is bad, and then the emperor would be like, you know that meme where it's the guy who does the thumbs up? It's like a group of it's like a crowd, and then one guy is like mad on the outside, and then the guy does the big thumbs up and then goes back to the huddle. That's kind of what happened to with the imperial cities. They were like, yeah, their vote just didn't really count. Why even be in the HRE then? Protection. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for support. So yeah, that was force a habit. I'm trying to not pay attention too much to the support. Thank you though for supporting me, but I'm trying to focus on the lecture. So basically the immediate vassals did have the right to vote. Those who were not immediate vassals did not have the right to vote. It gets eventually a little bit more complex, and they did have some sort of vote. But yeah, the counts and other nobles did not have a vote. They were actually grouped into one collective vote. So you have potentially, I don't know how many imperial princes who got to vote, and then all the counts in the entire empire who did pay the tax, all of their, like, however hundreds or however many of them, their collective group was worth a singular vote at the end. So they kind of were just, you know, they got to pay money to not have a vote, basically. Because yeah, they were collected. They had a singular collective vote in the Reichstag between all of the counts, who then, you know, paid. But obviously, being involved in the imperial diet is like a position of importance, right? You do get to have a say in the empire, and you do have to have your voice heard, and they do listen to you, but maybe not actually care what you're saying, right? And so another thing that is important about the HRE is that even though there were people of the same social status or same rank, I guess, for example, kings within kings, well, I mean, it's kind of hard to say because King of Bohemia was kind of a unique title, but like, for example, a duke in one place and a duke in another place in the empire, although they're both dukes, they would not have the same social standing or even the same privileges or even the same essentially importance, right? So it gets incredibly messy when you try and break down the system of the HRE into an easy to understand situation, because even amongst like people of the same social status, you had differing people of importance, and so you get this weird situation where Oh, these guys are both dukes. Oh, these people over here are all counts, but this one count over here is actually really important, but you know, he's a count, so he's not that important. But then over here you have all these dukes, but this duke over here, he has more privileges because he has a special relationship with the emperor because of various different treaties or whatever. So he's actually the most important duke in the HRE, but everyone else is like, they're kind of important. So it gets very, very messy because you have so many agreements going on throughout the empire's history. And all these different negotiations with different dukes and different privileges being negotiated and concessions. So it gets incredibly complex, and hence why it's very difficult to try and, like, explain it. It's very difficult to explain it. So hopefully that it was a very easy way to explain that it's hard to explain. Does that make sense? I've tried to explain that it's hard to explain. And that is not even touching the circle system that was introduced in the 16th century, which is just after, is it the 15th century or the 16th century? I think it's the 16th century. They introduced the circles of influence within the empire, in which you have these different spheres of influence within the empire that all geographically breaks up the empire to make it easier to govern and tax and whatnot. And then that system is also weird because you have geographical breakups of various different places. And then you also have so there's the Saxon circle. And then they're like, oh wait, that's too big. There's too many people in the Saxon circle. We need to split the Saxon circle up. So we have the lower Saxon and upper Saxon circles. And it's like, what the what? It doesn't make any sense. So yeah, it's very, 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 very complex. TLDR is a very, very complex system. Send help, too confused. Yeah, that's the HRE. It's a very confusing system, but it worked, question mark. It worked, question mark, in that it functioned and it existed and it kept going for 1,000 years, so I guess they were doing something right, but it was a very, very delicate and hard to balance system that somehow did manage to work, regardless of, everything going on. And then, it kept going. So that is my summary, kind of what the HRE is. So hopefully that made a little bit of sense. And now, time for something completely different. The Kingdom of Bohemia, which is actually pertinent to the topic at hand, because Kingdom Come Deliverance Kingdom Come Deliverance is set in the Kingdom of Bohemia. And so the Kingdom of Bohemia is associated with territory that is based around the Bohemian Basin in Central Europe. And it would have been handy, Clio, if you grabbed a map of this, but I didn't. I apologize. I'll go do that right now. Sorry, let me go get a map. Kingdom of Bohemia. Really quick. The problem is, the maps for this are very difficult because there's lots of places. I'll just use this one from Wikipedia real quick. This seems okay-ish. This one actually is actually this one's pretty good. Where is this? This is from the Hussite Wars. Well, that's kind of pertinent to our topic. It's also on DeviantArt. Damn. Okay. Well, I probably don't have. They probably might get upset if I use that. I'll use the Wikipedia one. I will use the Wikipedia one. Okay. Where's my slides? Sorry, this is going to be very big. Yep, that's very big. There we go. I'll shrink it down. Stick it. Oh, lordy. That's a big image. Make it a bit smaller. Okay. You can tell I worked in academia because my slides look like complete ass. There you go. So there's Bohemia. The Bohemia is the red bit and the dark red bit. And then to the south here in this region, where you can kind of see where my mouse is, this is where Moravia is. This is where Moravia is. No, I'm not going to open EU4. And then to this part, you have this region here is kind of like Silesia. And then you also have a little bit more here, which is Lusatia, I think is the name of it. I think this is where Lusatia is. This is Silesia, and then this is Moravia here. Please correct me if I am wrong. But yeah, there we go. So we have Kingdom of Bohemia. So it was originally territory based around the Bohemian Basin, which is basically, you can see these like this big web of rivers right here. Sorry, I have the thing clicked. You can kind of see like there's just like a network of rivers flowing, kind of centralizing in this part of the dark red here. That is the Bohemian Basin, because you have all of these rivers flowing through, and it's all very, very fertile lands for settling and living on. So that is that. That's the Bohemian Basin, and then Moravia is right here. It was originally settled by Slavic peoples in the 6th and 7th centuries, assimilating the local populations of the time, which I guess would have been... Ooh, would have been of Germanic or Celts? It would have been Germanic, right? And so they established chiefdoms at the time. So this was also during the time of the reign of the Charlemagne. So Charlemagne's empire was also at the sort of forefront of this time. So there's around about 800 AD is what we're kind of looking at. And essentially it was a frontier kingdom of the Frankish kingdom. And so it was kind of in the sphere of influence of the Frankish kingdoms, but it wasn't a part of it. It was kind of in that sort of circle of influence. But yeah. It's not actually part of the Frankish kingdom, but it was a frontier sort of region supposed to be in the circle of influence of the Franks, but it was actually ceded to the Great Moravia. Great Moravia did end up conquering this region, as well as Great Moravia conquered Hungary, I think Silesia, Moravia, obviously Moravia, Slovakia, I think even Austria is Great Moravia's sort of territorial acquisitions. It was pretty huge. A pretty huge early modern state. It wasn't part of the HRE. So that existed until the 10th century, in which the Great Moravia collapsed, and then so it was briefly independent, and then by the reign of Otto I, also known as Otto the Great, he incorporated the Bohemian region and established the Duchy of Bohemia. So this is the Duchy of Bohemia. So we're not actually, I guess I should probably take this bit out and just make this Bohemia. Because we're talking about Bohemia rather than the Kingdom of Bohemia. But this flag is the Kingdom of Bohemia, so I'm kind of, maybe I do that. Maybe I Control-Z that. So yes, it's a very large and important part of the empire. It was ruled by the Premyslid Dynasty. I've probably butchered that. I apologize to any Czech listeners. I apologize, or viewers. The Premyslid Dynasty was the first major dynasty of Bohemia, and it was established alongside when the duchy was founded. Oh yeah, very butchered. Sorry. They eventually acquired Moravia, so this part of Bohemia, this little bit here, geographically. They acquired that in the 11th century, and basically they were able to grow a significant power base in the empire, partly in part due to the various different internal power struggles within the 12th century Holy Roman Empire, and they were able to sort of consolidate all their might into their own wealth and stability. So, moving on. We have the Kingdom of Bohemia. So, in 1198, the kingdom is elevated from the status of duchy to a kingdom, becoming an autonomous kingdom within the empire. Frederick II raised the Dukes of Bohemia to the rank of hereditary kings in the Golden Bull of Sicily in 1212. So that is to say that, by saying hereditary kings, that is to say that the rulers of Bohemia would be considered kings, and then all of the successors were also considered kings. Because I believe earlier in the time frame, you do have someone being granted the title of king, but it wasn't hereditary, so his son, his successor, wasn't actually king. He just reverted back to being a duke. But he was obviously an important enough person in the time frame to have been given the title of king. It just didn't continue. So Bohemia and Moravia sort of managed to grow and develop, partly due to the introduction of German settlers into the region, which integrated into the kingdom within the broader empire, which helped also integrate Bohemia and Moravia into the empire as well. So it's a sort of a mutual beneficial development of increasing the wealth and well-being and development of Bohemia, as well as bringing in greater connections to the empire as well. So it introduced German inventions, traditions, techniques. It also introduced the burgher class to Bohemia and Moravia. So trade, craft work were introduced to the region predominantly through the Germans, which helped spread a wide deal of wealth through the region. And it would take multiple centuries for the Czech burgher class to emerge as the prominent power in the region. So they kind of had like a symbiotic relationship with the Germans, who were moving into the region and benefiting both from their the increased development of trade and crafting and all that jazz. Also important to note is that there would also be waves of Jewish populations moving into Bohemia, which also helped develop the sort of burgher class and the introduction of more traders and economic techniques through Bohemia, because of the various different expelling of Jews from other parts of Europe. They often ended up in Bohemia because there was an element of religious freedom within Bohemia. They weren't necessarily so strict at the time about the Jewish population, for example. And then the most important thing introduced into the Bohemian region was the modern mining techniques introduced by the Germans, which became incredibly influential for the kingdom's development, partly because there were an absolute boatload of silver mines. So this is actually, I believe this artwork is, I'm gonna butcher the name, I'm so sorry. It's Kuta Nerva. I'm so sorry to any Czech people. I believe that's the name of this place in particular. It's actually the place that they used for, is it Kutna Hora? Thank you very much for the correction. Which is Kuttenberg. Is it Kuttenberg? Is that the Kuttenberg name in English? But that's the place in, if you've seen any of the pre-release stuff that they did for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, that's where they filmed it. So yeah, there was a massive silver mine, especially there, which eventually turned into Kuttenberg. Okay, thank you for the correction. Yes, Kuttenberg. And then obviously, later in the time frame, there's also silver scallops, which gets its name from obviously the silver mine in the region. Okay, thank you for saying Kuttenberg, because that's so much easier to say. So yeah. Huge amounts of wealth was mined through the development of the silver mining in Bohemia. And we'll get some more about why they were able to control that much wealth because they're in the empire, right? So normally what would happen is all of those sort of developments, all of those mining and economic sources would be shared with the emperor and the empire itself. But Bohemia, a little bit special. My PowerPoint could use an improvement. I know. The hardest part of being in academia is trying to make the PowerPoints look good. I'm very bad at it. That's how you know I did this for a living, is because they look so bad. Okay, moving on. So we have the Kingdom of Bohemia growing in power, and I apologize for the very, very bad picture of Ottokar, but it was the easiest image that I found. It's really not a flattering image of him. It's a really, really unflattering image, but that was the nicest picture I could find. He looks like he's having a bad time, yeah. But he was, yes, as you say, Ottokar II. He was kind of a goat. So the Premyslid Dynasty was still in power by this point. Ottokar of Bohemia, who lived from 1233 to 1278. So still a very young guy. He lived to, what, 45? Yeah, 45. No, not even that. 35, sorry. I can't do math. No, 45. Yes, 45. He acquired the Duchy of Austria, and then, as well as, I think, parts of Styria. So that he's basically, oh, let me get my mouse out. Where's my mouse gone? Oh, here it is. So obviously he had Bohemia and Moravia. He then managed to acquire, diplomatically, Austria, and I believe this part of Styria, this northern part of like Styria and Sternmark. And then at that point, he then just conquers the rest. So he goes in and conquers the rest of Styria, Carinthia, and parts of Carniola. I'm probably butchering that, I apologize. And you can see, look how much land he managed to acquire in a very quick time. So he actually manages to border the Republic of Venice. So he's managed to spend from, Bohemia to the Adriatic, which is pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. So yeah, he was very impressive. He was called the Iron and Golden King on account of his acquisitions of conquest through iron and his immense wealth from the mining that Bohemia had. So even early on in the 1200s, you have Bohemia. You have the Kingdom of Bohemia making massive plays in terms of territorial acquisitions in the Holy Roman Empire. Iori, thank you, raid. Thank you very, very much for the raid, Iori. He wasn't very photogenic. He wasn't. Welcome, raiders. Hello, hello, hello. Yes, hi. I'm sorry to briefly interrupt the stream. Hi, guys. Welcome, raiders. I'm doing a history presentation on the Kingdom of Bohemia and the game Kingdom Come Deliverance. So if you want to pull up a chair and learn some history, some medieval European history, you are more than welcome to sit around. So thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Funny picture. Yes, it's not a very happy picture of Ottokar. He's kind of... It does look like he's choking and he's trying to, like, dislodge it out of his throat, doesn't it? It does like he's going... trying to get that, like, the food that's is lodged in his throat. He's trying to get it out. So yeah, basically what happens is he acquired a huge amount of land in very, very quick succession. He did try and run for the position of Emperor, the Holy Roman Emperor, and unfortunately was unsuccessful in his bid, losing to his rival, Rudolph I, who then promptly placed him under imperial ban because they hated each other because they were basically political rivals in the empire. Rudolph I was actually the first Habsburg emperor in the Holy Roman Empire. And so Rudolf then besieged Vienna, and subsequently Ottokar lost pretty much most of his land by the year 1276, which is, just before his death. So he kind of ended up back to square one of just having Bohemia and Moravia. Are you okay, Lottie? Sorry, Lottie's doing some very strange sniffy sounds. But yeah, during his peak, he was the wealthiest and strongest man within the empire. So he was incredibly, incredibly important, which is just going to show how influential Bohemia was and how important the mining industry was to Bohemia, which continues because the Kingdom of Bohemia grows again, this time even more impressively. So we have Wenceslaus II, who is the grandfather of Charles IV, I think? Yeah, grandfather of Charles IV, I believe. So we have Wenceslaus II. He succeeds his father in 1270. I think that's supposed to be 1278. And this guy was a pretty good political mover and groover, to be honest. So he was very, very powerful. So obviously his original territories began with Bohemia and Moravia. And then he was able to acquire the Duchy of Krakow in 1291 from the King of Poland, or I don't know if it was specifically the King of Poland, but basically the Poles were like, oh crap, this guy is powerful, he is wealthy. How do we not get absolutely wrecked by him? Let's just sell him the Duchy of Krakow. I apologize to any Poles, I'm not saying that right, but this little guy here, this guy here in the map, if you can see my mouse, sorry, I'll move my mouse, here's my mouse, is this one here, which is a very important city in Poland, very important center of trade in the region, so very important politically, economically, yeah. Is it Kachau? Is it? Or are you just pulling my pizzle? And so yeah, he eventually, they didn't do a good enough job of appeasing him, because he eventually he gets control of the entire kingdom of Poland in the year 1300. So he had basically you know how the last guy, Ottokar, managed to go to the Adriatic? Wenceslaus managed to make it to the Baltic. So huge amounts of territory being acquired in very quick succession by the kings of Bohemia, just going to show just how powerful they were. I know they're quoting Lightning McQueen. And then to follow that up very, very quickly, in 1301, following a succession crisis in Hungary, he makes his son the bloomin' King of Hungary. He basically manages to convince the various different nobles in Hungary to pick his son as the heir to the throne of Hungary, and his son becomes King of Hungary. So huge amounts of acquisition, two massive, very important kingdoms surrounding Bohemia, all of a sudden being under the control of Bohemia. He did an insane job. So essentially, from, I believe, he didn't technically own all of Hungary, because I believe Hungary at that point was still kind of broken up into various different bits, and a lot of the people who weren't loyal to Wenceslaus III as being the king of Hungary were more in like the Transylvania area, to the south, southeast, like eastern regions of Hungary, southeastern. So it was more centralized on the Slovakian region around Buda, around like the western regions of Hungary down to the Adriatic. So you have the king of Bohemia owning lands stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Adriatic Sea, which is crazy. Were Poland and Hungary part of the HRE as a result of this, or just external kingdoms in a personal union? They were external kingdoms in a personal union, I believe. So yeah, he unfortunately, this absolute mover and groover, Wenceslaus II, he dies in 1305 and is succeeded by his son. And so Wenceslaus III, unfortunately, doesn't last very long. He lasts a singular year. He loses both Poland and Hungary and then is assassinated in 1306, and being the last member of the Premyslid Dynasty in Bohemia. So the dynasty that lasted for 3 centuries gone out very, very quickly. So just goes to show just how fast you can absolutely gain everything and lose everything at the same time. Which is kind of like when you play CK3 and you have a godlike ruler who acquires so much land and then he dies, and then the son just is absolutely terrible, and then he just loses it all instantly because he's so bad. Everyone rises up against him. They get their own independence. Yeah, so he didn't do very well, unfortunately. So badly, I don't even have an image of him. This is Wenceslaus II. So, because the dynasty is dead, what next? We have Bohemia without a king. Bohemia without a royal family. How do we decide who gets to be the next ruler? So, we have a series of dynastic conflicts resulting in John, Count of Luxembourg, of all places, being becoming the ruler of Bohemia. So he is actually the son of the then Emperor Henry VII of the HRE. And he gets the claim to become King of Bohemia through his marriage to the daughter of Wenceslaus II, also the sister of Wenceslaus III. And it turns out he was not a popular chap because he was a foreigner, right? You have your kingdom, and you have the noble class of Bohemia were very, very powerful. Lottie wants to be in my lap, sorry. So yeah, basically the very, very powerful Czech nobles, who were very influential in the kingdom, did not like him because he was a foreigner. He wasn't Czech. He was from Luxembourg, right? So after the death of Henry VII in 1313, he was not very popular because he had lost the election for the King of the Romans, and as a result, you know, he had very little political influence in Bohemia, and as a result, he ended up spending most of his reign outside of Bohemia. And so he didn't really do a very good job. His attempts to check the Czech nobility's power failed, and despite some land acquisitions, was unable to consolidate his power in the kingdom. So he did leave an heir, a very, very important heir. But yeah, he spent most of his, he left most of the management of Bohemia to the barons of Bohemia. So people were basically like the kind of like the HRE as a whole. A lot of the barons and nobles in Bohemia were somewhat autonomous in their management and running of the kingdom, which is, you know, that's kind of like an aspect of feudal society, but more so than, say, somewhere else in Europe at the time. They had much more influence and power compared to the king in terms of like the power dynamics of the king versus the nobles of Bohemia. And so he actually takes part in the 100-Year War because he had an alliance with the French. And so he dies in the Battle of Crécy in 1346. In, I think, a very dramatic story is recounted. So he's actually blind and had been blind for 10 years by the time of his death, I think. And so he was at the battle. And decided that, like, he said to his men, "Lead me to the fray. I need to swing my sword and get the honor of taking part in the battle." Is one account. I'll start with this account. There's two accounts that I know of. So this blind, I guess, how old would he have been? 50-year-old man? A blind 50-year-old man on horseback essentially says to his men, "Hey, I want to get into the battle because I want to have the honor of being in part of the battle," even though he can't see. So what his men do is all of his cavalry, or his retinue, they tie their horses together. They tie their, like, they essentially fasten themselves together, and then they just charge into battle. Because the king was like, "I want to fight." So they were like, okay, how do we protect you during this battle? So they fasten themselves, or the reins together. They fasten the reins together, and they all ride into battle, and consequently get absolutely slaughtered because by that point the battle was lost. I think by that point the battle had already turned the tide in favor of the English. And yeah, it turns out that when you fasten your horses together, you can't escape. You're kind of stuck together. So yeah, apparently his body was discovered the day later, and luckily his son Charles IV, who also took part in the battle, survived. And then that's one account of the battle, and then a second account of the battle essentially was that word had gotten to John that his son Charles was in danger in the battle, and he was like, oh crap, we need to save my son. We need to do whatever we can to save my son, even if it costs me my life. So they all march off they ride into the battle, and obviously all die. Turns out Charles, I believe by that point, had already fled the battle. So he kind of marched in, and he did have I think he has a really sick quote. I'll try and find the quote that account is attributed to. Let me find it. So I'll read it in... I won't read it in Latin. I'll read the English translation. This is from the Ecclesiastical Chronicle of Prague, I believe, is the actual title of the document. But the English translation is, far be it that the king of Bohemia should run away. Instead, take me to the place where the noise of the battle is the loudest. The Lord will be with us, nothing to fear. Just take good care of my son. So he was kind of baller, if that quote is actually real. That's kind of baller. You want the Latin? It's a good quote. For your final words, that's a pretty good quote. So the Latin would be absit ut rex bohem fugeret sed illuc mi ducite ubi meo strepitus certaminis vigaret dominus sit nobiscum nil timimus tantum filium meum diligenta custodit. So I apologize for my Latin, it's very, very rusty. Also, that's medieval Latin, and I learned classical Latin, so I probably butchered it. I apologize. So yeah, he kind of did pretty cool final moments, I guess, but what use is final moments? But it kind of paid off. So he does die at the Battle of Crecy, but a very important person will soon take to the throne, Charles IV. But first, I need to just send a message to the thingy, doing one right now. Oh, I'm getting pinged. Oh, okay. Let me forward this to someone real quick. Okay. Cool. Okay, I got the go ahead to go to the next slide. Okay, sorry, I'm back. So, first of all, so we have Charles IV is about to take to the throne, guys. But first of all, we've got a question with the developers. So, what was the process/challenge of bringing on historians and other sources to help the research the period of the game? Everything from events to things like equipment and weapons. Because Charles IV is one of the most important kings of Bohemia, so obviously he is quite well researched. So I figured it would be a good part to break into the lecture, talking about the process in which history and video games intersect. So we'll move on to the answer real quick, and I will do my best to read this out in a concise manner. From the very beginning, working with historians, well, good start, Clio, you already flubbed it. Working with historians has been the cornerstone of our development process. We have an in-house historian, Joanna, who has been with them for over a decade, and her role goes far beyond just checking facts. She is also an active part of the narrative design and concept department, in which she actually sits. We also collaborate with a wide network of museums, reenactors, archivists, and academics across Central Europe, which is very important, obviously, when you're dealing with a wide array of sort of influences of the time period, because, you know, just because the game is set in the Kingdom of Bohemia doesn't mean necessarily everyone that you're encountering is the Kingdom of Bohemia, is of the Kingdom of Bohemia, for example, as evident by the game. Joanna acts as some sort of link. One of the biggest challenges is reconciling the gaps of contradictions in historical record, which is a big part of being a historian. Can confirm that. Sometimes sources disagree or are incomplete, especially when it comes to everyday life, dialects, or lesser-known regional events. Yes, which is a big part of why researching this is very, very difficult, because a lot of these small sources are in Czech, so I cannot access it, unfortunately. That's when we really lean on educated interpretations, and of course, translating this depth of research into something that works in an open-world RPG without overwhelming or boring the player is an important balancing act. However, we do often have to compromise. So yes, basically the way that you have to, sorry, my dog is very excited. She's playing with her toy. The way that you have to sort of come to a sort of understanding of how history works. We do have ads starting on Twitch soon, so we'll take our little break. But yeah, it's very, very difficult to try and create an accurate representation of history, but sometimes there isn't the sources. And so we do have to rely on, this happens in history as well, not just in obviously game development. You do have to create your own sort of interpretations based on what little evidence you do have. So there is obviously the case of artistic liberty. In history, we don't obviously use that, but we do come up with various different theories about how we can interpret historical data, for example. It's a very, very difficult process, but it also gives historians a job, because basically what we spend most of our time is, well, depending on your discipline within history, you do have to sort of argue about, like, how can we interpret this information from, say, for example, this one letter that an important person wrote to another important person? How can we interpret various different aspects of the society in which they lived in? How can we interpret that, right? And so that is a very big part of being a historian, for example. Being paid to have pedantic slap fights with old people sounds fun, not gonna lie. It is fun. It also highlights how little I feel like I know. I definitely had massive imposter syndrome during my career in academia. Like, realistically, the people that I'm working with are kind of in the same situation as myself. And that you just, you know, we know as much as we know. Like, the experts aren't necessarily these big scary figures. They are just, you know, people who are well researched. But it also did make me feel like, oh wow, I feel dumb. These people know so much and I know so little. Yeah. How do you balance giving your interpretation of an event with it being construed as pure fact by the wider media? That's a big problem. That is a big problem with things, is that you can only do as much as you can in terms of presenting things as theories. There's the ads. You can only do as much as you can with, you know, presenting these different interpretations as theories. And you have to rely on the intelligence of the reader to interpret that as a theory and not necessarily as fact, which is, you know, very difficult sometimes. And it is important to remember that with Kingdom Come Deliverance and other historical games is that they are interpreting history and creating their own narratives, right? And there are limitations of our historical sources, because unfortunately, we don't know everything about everything from back then. We don't have, like we do now, essentially everything being archived instantly through the internet and all communications always being recorded all the time, right? We unfortunately don't have that back then. So there is elements of needing to compromise with regards to what information you have to create something that is hopefully plausible or engaging with the audience, right? Because you need to have it, you need to obviously make the game be enjoyable, right? Because first things first, the game has to be something that people want to play. Just because something is quote-unquote accurate doesn't necessarily mean it is something that is going to be enjoyable, and again, something that will, you know, sell well, for example, because at the end of the day, they are trying to make something that people will hopefully want to buy. So yeah, that's hopefully a very quick understanding of that question. I'm just going to be right back 1 second. I know there were ads playing, but yeah. I'll be 1 sec. I need to grab a snack. And also my dog is going ballistic over her monkey, so I'll try throwing the monkey away and see if she stays on the other side of the house. Hello. Sorry, I have a little bit. I have a bag of treats that I dug out that I'm going to reward myself every time I finish a slide. So I apologize, and I'm not going to do it retroactively. I'm not going to just eat 21 of the sweets. So I apologize. I'll mute whilst I open the bag. Hello. Okay, I am back. So, any other questions? Any other questions about the compromises you sometimes have to make with regards to history and video game? Do I read YouTube chat? Yeah, I'm reading too. I'm trying to alternate between... What I try and do is I alternate between the two. I don't know if anyone notices. I'm late to the Bohemian lesson. Will there be a vid later? Yes, so I'm streaming this on YouTube and Twitch, so the YouTube VOD will be archived as a stream. So if you missed the start, don't worry. You can watch the VOD on Twitch or on YouTube. So there you go. Yeah, so we were talking about why it is sometimes difficult to create your own interpretations of history, because they are, interpretations, they are theories. They're not necessarily fact, and then the issue is on the audience potentially interpreting those interpretations or theories as fact. It is unfortunately in the beholder of the viewer to make sure that they are aware of that. Like, you can try and tell them as much as you can, but sometimes people are like, oh, it was in this TV show, so it must be true, right? That kind of happens. I wonder how many people have their perception of Roman society warped by Gladiator 1. Hopefully not Gladiator 2, because that one wasn't very good. But yeah. Much of science is the same way. Yeah. Historical interpretation is essentially historic fan fiction. There's an element of trying to put in plausible, hopefully as much plausible evidence or theory crafting essentially into what goes on. Yeah. Hopefully. Do you think like the games like this in EU4 can end up causing misinterpretations to a degree? I think one of the most important parts about video games and history intersecting is that the audience needs to be aware of video games are abstracting history in a way to make it entertaining, and that there are storytelling beats, for example, in narrative games like Kingdom Come Deliverance, which are there for the sake of creating a fictional story and aren't fact, right? And we will get into that in a little bit. Just because it's a theory doesn't mean it's nonsense or unfounded. Well, no, obviously, right? Anyone can come up with their own theories about the past and different interpretations. You have to use as much of an educated, hopefully, as much of an educated guess as possible to create a story that you can, you know, hopefully find entertaining without, you know, hopefully causing as many historical misinterpretations. But it is what it is, right? You kind of are balancing the act of being historically accurate with being an source of entertainment. For example, someone mentioned Europe Universalis 4. That game heavily abstracts multiple systems throughout history and events for the sake of video gaming. Like, what does it mean to core territory? Who knows? What does it mean for trade to act like a static river flowing throughout the planet? That's not really how that works. But you know, that's how the game presents it. The HRE, for example, in EU4 is a very simplified system compared to what we know it's to be in real life. Yeah, it's one of those systems where sometimes you have to make changes, or you have to make decisions in regards to how do you present history in a way with as much evidence as you can. And if you need to, you know, sometimes you have to create narratives yourself that hopefully is plausible and based on some sort of historical realism or, you know, accuracy that could be plausible, right? So yeah. Sorry, my dog's being very naughty because she wants me to play with her toy. Okay. Back to the lecture. Almost all of history, when it comes to sources of interpretation criticisms, follows Gadamer's theory of history. It's just one of those situations where you are limited by the data. If the data does not have everything that you need to create your story or narrative, then you have to create something out of what you have, right? That's the truth for narrative stories. That's true for history as well. So yeah, sorry, my dog is being very rowdy in the background. I apologize. Okay, moving on. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, we were going into Charles IV of Bohemia. So, he is considered one of the greatest kings of Bohemia, and his reign is predominantly known as the golden age of the kingdom's history. He is, I think, he's one of the most important Bohemian figures in Czech history. Despite, you know, technically being originally from like Luxembourg rather than Czech, there's obviously more important people in the figure who are like natural born Czechs. So, for example, Jan Hus is a very important figure. Sorry, I'm hoping my dog will calm down. I apologize for the scarpering noises of the little dog in the background, guys. Hopefully she will calm down, but yeah. You can't hear her? Oh, really? Oh, okay. I thought you could, because she was whining in the background. She was going, wah, 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 whilst I was, like, trying to hold her toy. Okay. So yeah, he was actually, before he was king of Bohemia, he was actually elected king of the Romans thanks to some little political maneuvering, because he was a very, very influential person. Very, very influential in terms of wealth and power. Probably the wealth doing a little bit of the heavy lifting in regards to buying his way to the election of king of the Romans. And then he was also chosen as king of Bohemia in 1346. So in both basically in the same year. He, as the king, was able to elevate the kingdom of Bohemia to a position never before seen as on an international level, because he was the first, I believe he was the first ever Bohemian. He was the first ever king of Bohemia who was also emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. So he is a very, very important figure, because you had not only just the the local kingdoms around him having to deal with him, for example Poland, Hungary, but broader powers across all of Europe, even going to as far as like the Ottoman Empire, were now having to reckon with Charles IV, right? Very, very, very important person in terms of Bohemian history. He also elevated, during his reign, Prague to a center of imperial political power. He moved the capital of the empire to Prague. He also promoted it as a center of art and culture, and also educational significance. So you have the University of Prague established, which helped develop the Czech written language, as well as Czech sort of educational industry. Very, 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 very important for the developments of Czech culture as well, because obviously people writing in your own language and producing works in your own language helps propagate knowledge and education in your kingdom. It's not, beholden to German sources, to other sources outside of his own country, right? Is this at the same time as Wycliffe? Wycliffe is yes, around the same time, yes. Yes. So he was such a wealthy individual because of obviously the absurd amount of silver mining in Bohemia. Essentially made the king of Bohemia at the time one of the most important people in the empire. Sorry, I will get to, I've just got some pings I need to check. Okay, we are all, I think, okay at the moment. I'll read them next ad break. So yes, he was so wealthy that he was able to purchase the Margrave of Brandenburg, and did so and gave it to his son, and essentially, in doing so, managed to secure control of 2 of the electors for the HRE, and in doing so, was able to secure his own son, Wenceslaus IV's, succession to Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire as well, or King of the Romans, I should say. And so he left Brandenburg to his half-brother Sigismund, and also he's featured in the start of Kingdom Come Deliverance as the king that dies. But a big thing about it is that I saw brought up by in like a historian, pop historian's video, was this all happens quite early. Like, the game kind of portrays his death being quite soon to the events of the game. It's actually not. He dies in 1378. Very importantly, dies in 1378. The events of the game start 1403. So there's, a 25-year gap between the 3 of them. Between the events of the game and his own death. But it is very, I'm very quickly going through his reign, but he was incredibly important to the development of Bohemia, as well as the empire as well. And in doing so, one of the most important things that he does is it's the Bohemia and the Golden Bull of 1356. So I mentioned it earlier when we were talking about the elections. And the reform of establishing 7 established electors, Mainz, Trier, and Cologne being the ecclesiastical electors, and then Bohemia, Brandenburg, and Saxony and Palatine being the 4 secular electors. He was the one who established that, and it's pretty obvious why he did that, because he was able to shore up control of the empire to his own dynasty, to Bohemia. So he was very, you know, he was definitely motivated by his own personal gain and familial, like you know, the gain of his family. And he also wanted to, you know, he wanted to shore up the power of his family and the kingdom of Bohemia. So he essentially, he does, like someone said in the chat, he does kind of do the Obama gives Obama a medal to himself meme, in that he gives Bohemia, aka himself, a crap load of various different concessions and various different benefits and what else? Sorry, I'm stumbling over my words because I'm distracted by my Discord pings. He basically, yeah, he was able to just grant himself many titles and benefits. Yes, thank you, including one of the most important ones. He ratified the exclusive rights over mining in Bohemia to the King of Bohemia, aka himself. So as a result, he was able to make sure that Bohemia never had to share any of the mining and minting that they did. They were also allowed to mint their own coinage, which is the coinage in the game, so the groschens. So Bohemia was allowed to mint their own coinage in the Empire, and you know, they had control over the minting and also all the money that was going into the minting as well, because they had the silver themselves. They also were allowed to have their own succession laws, which were, you know, beholden not to the Empire, but themselves. So they got to choose their own successors. They didn't have to worry about anyone from the Empire stepping in or interfering in the election of Bohemia, which would become a thing further important in the future. Small foreshadowing. And then also, another one that was just kind of interesting is that any plaintiff, regardless of status, could only be summoned to court in Bohemia and could ignore any summons outside of Bohemia. So if you were like under investigation for a criminal act and the emperor was like, you suck, come to court, you need to defend yourself. If you were from Bohemia, you were like, nah, I'm good. You could just refuse it. So yeah, they didn't have any like extradition rules if you were from Bohemia, and that went for any social status. So if you were a peasant and you, like, I don't know, assassinated someone somehow for some reason, and you lived in Bohemia, they couldn't extradite you. They probably would just send someone to kill you, but you know, you didn't have to worry about being extradited at least, which is, you know, yeah, even peasants, even the peasantry class. I'll read out the quotes because I do have them here. Sorry, let me nibble on my snack real quick. Let me control F Bohemia, just so I know where the quote begins. Yeah. Concerning the immunity of the King of Bohemia and his subjects. So this, bear in mind, this is the King of Bohemia making this announcement, or making this rule. Inasmuch as, through the predecessors of the divine kings and emperors of the Romans, it was formally graciously conceded and allowed to our progenitors and predecessors, the illustrious kings of Bohemia, also to the kingdom of Bohemia and to the crown of the same kingdom, and was introduced without hindrance or contradiction or interruption into the kingdom at the time to which memory does not reach back, by a laudable custom preserved unshaken by length of time, and called for by the character of those who enjoy it, that no prince, baron, noble, knight, follower, burgher, citizen, in a word, no person belonging to the kingdom and its dependencies, wherever they may be, no matter what his standing, dignity, preeminence, or condition might, or in all future time, may be cited or dragged or summoned at the instance of any plaintiff whatsoever before any tribunal beyond the kingdom itself, other than the King of Bohemia and of the judges of his royal court. Therefore, of certain knowledge by the imperial authority and the plenitude of imperial power, we renew and also confirm such privilege, custom, and favour. And by this our imperial forever to be valid edict do decree that, contrary to the said belief, privilege, custom, or favor, any one of the foregoing, namely, any prince, baron, noble, knight, follower, citizen, burgher, or rustic, or any aforementioned person, whatever at any time, be cited in any civil, criminal, or mixed case, or concerning any matter before the tribunal of any one outside of said kingdom of Bohemia, he shall not be at all bound to appear when summoned, or to answer before the court. Whew! There you go. So basically, if you were Bohemian, you could just be like, nah, fuck you. That was a long quote. It was a long quote. That screams absolute power. To anyone in your kingdom as well. Sorry, my dog's going ballistic. Speaking of anyone in her kingdom, she's destroying her little monkey. A lot of legalese. A lot. And that's not only it. That was half of the passage, by the way, guys. No, Lottie, stop. Yeah, I'm just double checking my quote. Yeah, basically it just meant that, like, you were perfectly fine. You didn't need to worry about it. Anything from external of the Kingdom of Bohemia, you did not have to worry about, essentially. So it was very, very cool. So yeah, there's other quotes. Do you guys want me to read out the other quotes? There's fairly a lot of legalese in these quotes. Did Charles encourage German immigration into Bohemia? By that point, emigration between Bohemia and Germany was very commonplace. It'll take an extra hour. We love primary sources. Yes, more quotes, please. Okay. Okay. Oh god, I have more pings. Sorry, I'm gonna just take a peek real quick. Okay. There's that. Okay, we're all good. I think we're all good. Sorry. Lots of suddenly businessy things, so I had to respond to that. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, let me just check. Hang on. Am I all good? Am I all good? Yeah. I think we're all good. Okay, yeah. Okay. Let me pull up the quotes again. Okay. Sorry, let me get my... Sorry, it hides chat, guys, because I'm reading this on the same screen that I have chat. Because I don't know... Does this work? Can you see my cursor? Oh, no, I can do it this way. Okay, I can see chat as well, so I apologize. Where are we? That was the king and his subjects. Concerning money. Okay. We decree, moreover, that our successor, the king for the time of being of Bohemia, shall have the same rights with our predecessors, the king of Bohemia, or blessed memory, are known to have had, and in the continuous peaceful possession of which they remained, the right, namely, in every place and part of their kingdom, and of the lands subject to them, and all of their dependencies, wherever the king himself may have decreed or shall please, of coining gold and silver money, of circulating in every way and manner, observed up to this time in the same kingdom of Bohemia in such matters, and by our imperial ever to be valid decree and favour we establish that all future kings of Bohemia forever shall have the right of buying or purchasing, or of receiving in gift or donation for any reason, or in bond from any princes, magnates, counts, or other persons, any lands, castles, possessions, estates of goods, under the usual conditions with regards to such lands, castles, possessions, estates, or goods, that namely a lodge shall be purchased, shall be bought, or received as a lodge, freeholds as freeholds, that holdings in feudal dependency shall be bought as fiefs, and should be held as such when bought. In such wise, however, the kings of Bohemia shall themselves be bound to regard and to the render to the Holy Empire its pristine and customary rights over these things, which they shall in this law have bought or received or have seen fit to add to the kingdom of Bohemia. So that is to basically say that the king of Bohemia could purchase land however he wanted. If people were offering to sell stuff to him, he was perfectly within his power to do so. He did not need to worry about anyone else intervening, for example, like the emperor, if the emperor wasn't Bohemian. The emperor couldn't say anything. Basically, it is just giving yourself a permit to say, I'm allowed to buy anything that I want in the empire. And this was coming from the wealthiest member in the empire as well. So realistically, if people were willing to sell him stuff, which they did, because I believe he did purchase quite a bit of land during his reign, you know, he could, in do so, purchase whatever he wanted. And the empire was cool with this? Yeah, because he was the empire. He was the one writing it. Of course he was cool with it. It's like having to ask for permission from your department. But you are the head of both departments. Who's the one making the law? So if I can find the other quotes, I'll very quickly look. But those are some of the ridiculous powers that he granted himself during the Golden Ball of 1356. Oh yeah, here we go. Concerning mines of gold, silver, and other species. We establish by this ever to be valid decree, and certain knowledge do declare that our successors, the kings of Bohemia, also each and all future prince-electors, ecclesiastical and secular, may justly hold, so this is kind of how he gets it on side with everyone, is that these grants are given to the other electors. So obviously the other electors are like, oh, that's fine then. Yeah, let's sign off on this. May justly hold and lawfully possess with all their rights without exception, according as such things can be, or usually have been possessed, all the gold and silver mines and mines of tin, copper, lead, iron, and any other kind of metal, and also of salt, the king, those which have been found and which shall at any future time be found in the aforesaid kingdom and the lands of dependencies of that kingdom, and the aforesaid electors in the principalities, lands, domains, and dependencies. And they may also have the due taxes and enjoy the tolls for which have been decreed and assigned to them in the past, and whatever our progenitors, the kings of Bohemia of blessed memory, and those same prince-electors and their progenitors and predecessors shall have legally possessed until now, as it is known to have been observed by ancient custom, laudable and approved, and sanctioned by the lapse of a very long period of time. So basically, legally is saying, yeah, we get to own any of the materials that we mine. Including also the tax for the Jewish population as well, which is another little extra nice little benefit as well. So yeah, the king of Bohemia was like, hey, I get to own all of the things that we mine. And they mined a lot, especially silver. And to get everyone to be on side with that, he was just like, oh yeah, just have all the electors get the same rights as well. Regardless of whether or not they had the mine in the first place, right? I have no idea how much mining industry would have been in the various different other electors. But the king of Bohemia incredibly benefited from this. Incredibly benefited from this. So yeah. Yeah, wow, this sounds like a really good deal, says the king of Bohemia to the Holy Roman Empire. They're the same person. It was very devious to make them think that they were benefiting and not him. I mean, that's, I guess, how, you know, you present it as mutual benefit, but in reality, he is the one mainly benefiting from all of these rulings coming out from the Golden Bull of 1356. So yeah, if you're not aware, if I just close this, because I'll have that be the last quote. This is it. This book right here. This is the Golden Bull. So it's actually, this is his seal as emperor. This is Charles's seal. And it's tied into the page. It's very cool. I don't know. You kind of think of it as maybe like fantasy Warhammer stuff, I'm gonna be honest. I kind of do too. What are you doing? Oh yeah, she's fine. But it's literally just like a medal sewn into the book to ratify it as an established golden bull. It's so cool, aesthetic-wise. Yeah. Okay, so hopefully that showed how important the Bohemian and the golden bull was. We'll move on to the next page. Oh, to Wenceslaus. I accidentally skipped a slide. So yeah, Wenceslaus the Fourth in 1361 to 1419 is the king of Bohemia for the time frame of the game Kingdom Come Deliverance. So he is very important to the plot, and you know, very, very important to everything going on in the story of the game. So he's, you know, he's very important to our time frame. So he succeeds Charles as King of Bohemia in 1378 after the death of Charles. He has also been, 2 years prior, elected King of the Romans, thanks to his dad buying the electorate of Bohemia. I mean, of Brandenburg, and then also his dad voting for him as well. So they had 2 out of the 7 electors needed. Well, 2 out of 4, I guess I should say, electors needed for the votes, but just off the you know, off the back of it, of the start, I should say. He does have jewel beanies on. It does kind of look like he's wearing a bra on his head, but that's just the fashion at the time. But yeah, so he, and also a big thing about old Charlesy boy, had a lot of land. And also a lot of connections thanks to various different things. For example, he actually had claims for the Kingdom of Poland and Hungary through marriage, because his grandfather was Wenceslaus the second. So because of that, he actually has connections to, you know, has connections to this lad. So he actually had claimants to both the Kingdom of Bohemia and, not Bohemia, Poland and Hungary. But I don't think he ever pressed them. So yeah, that's a fairly important point, which we will get to in a little bit. Why does he look like Mr. Bean? Does he? Oh, do you mean this guy? When I saw this picture, he kind of reminded me of like the Doge dog, you know? You know the Doge meme of the dog, not the cryptocurrency? He kind of looked, I don't know, it kind of reminded me of that. You see it? It's just like the pose and the eyes, right? And the color scheme as well, because he's got kind of like a darker brownish face as well. It's the nose as well. Yeah. And the side eye. Yeah, the side eye. So yeah, okay, Wenceslaus. He is kind of looking at me like I'm suspicious, isn't he? He suspects me of doing something wrong. Well, he suspected a lot of people doing a lot of wrong. Which, well, for good reason. So, Wenceslaus IV. Very important to the setting of Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and 2. So, he inherits the King of Bohemia and also becomes King of the Romans, thanks to his dad basically buying votes for him. He also inherits Luxembourg in 1383. As it was given to, I believe, his uncle. His uncle got Luxembourg, and then the uncle dies. And then he inherits Luxembourg, and then he sells it to, very importantly, guys, a guy called Jobst of Moravia, so who will be a very important figure briefly in due time. I think literally the next slide. In 1388, in exchange for a massive loan. A massive amount of money. So not only is the King of Bohemia very wealthy, but also the Margrave of Moravia is also incredibly wealthy because, again, area rich in mining. So he focused basically his entire rule predominantly on the Kingdom of Bohemia, because Bohemia had a bad time, like a real bad time. For a multitude of reasons. So he starts off as fairly promising, but it very quickly becomes apparent that he is not necessarily the kind of figure that should be ruling a kingdom. He had various different, how do I say, inclinations. He preferred to be hunting and drinking as opposed to ruling. And as a result, he gained the nickname of being Wenceslaus the Lazy, which would be, you know, very, very damning to his reputation, especially in the Kingdom of Bohemia. So unfortunately, he doesn't inherit the same powerful position that his father does. And so he is basically fighting an uphill battle from the get-go. Despite the excellent education from his father, it is very quickly apparent that he does not have the same backing that his father does. And he doesn't even have the same backing in the Empire as his father did. So he is very, very lacking in comparison to old dad Charles. So because he is basically trapped in Bohemia, either because he is seen as lazy or incapable, or because the problems in Bohemia are that bad that he can't actually safely leave the kingdom without it exploding, he is essentially incapable of achieving anything beyond the Kingdom of Bohemia, which was facing economic stagnation. I believe that is due in part to the waves of the Black Death and other plagues spreading throughout Europe at the time, because the Black Death had been, 40-ish years earlier? Welcome, Raiders. Hello. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, guys. Hi, I'm Clio. I'm doing a history lecture on the history of the Kingdom of Bohemia, and pull up a pew, because you're welcome to learn some history, hopefully. We're having a class, so you're welcome to join in. Thank you for the raid, Stella. Yeah, so there was the economic stagnation in the Kingdom of Bohemia, and he also had to deal with social and political tensions amongst the noble class, specifically between the lower nobles and upper nobles. There was a massive social tensions between the two, especially because Wenceslaus, the big dummy, he kept favoring the lower nobles over the upper nobles. But the upper nobles had all the power, but he was like, yeah, I'm gonna make my hetman like this random dude called Radzig. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. People won't get mad about that. People got mad about that. So there's also another small event that I don't really go into too much in the period of in this lecture, but there's also the Western Schism, the Western Schism between the in the Catholic Church. So if you're not aware about what the schism was, essentially what happened was, I can't remember which pope died. I think it was Gregory the 7th. I might be wrong. He dies, and then essentially what happens is there are two popes. There's a pope in Avignon, and there is a pope in Rome. And basically the church is, for 70 or something years, stuck between trying to pay attention to or listen to the rulings of two different popes. So you kind of have like the church being split down the middle, and different kings and rulers of secular and also, you know, obviously ecclesiastical class were having to pick, which pope do we think is the actual pope, right? So people picked sides, and it became this massive, absolute cluster truck of an issue. And you had various different terrible situations of pope and anti-pope, basically messing with each other, and then also, you know, trying to be the head of the Catholic Church, which is a pretty important position during 15th century and 14th century Europe. One sec. So Wenceslaus also had to deal with that because he was king of the Romans. He needed to get crowned emperor, right? He was supposed to become Holy Roman Emperor. All he had to do was go to Rome and visit the Pope, but he couldn't leave because the kingdom was in the Kingdom of Bohemia was in such a bad state that he felt if he had to leave, then his kingdom was going to explode. So it didn't even matter if he was Holy Roman Emperor because he wouldn't have a kingdom to rule anymore. And you kind of need to have a kingdom, you need to be in control of the kingdom to be the Holy Roman Emperor. So if he left, he wouldn't be emperor and he wouldn't be king, probably. So yeah, that was pretty bad, having to deal with the Western Schism, which again, he also didn't do the best job with because he was very indecisive and didn't pick a side early on until I think one of his archbishops, like the Archbishop of Prague, I think made the decision basically for him. It was a whole mess of basically indecisiveness and not being able to really do anything. So yeah, he couldn't afford to go to Rome and leave the Bohemian nobles alone, lest he not have a kingdom to return to. And so he was basically trapped in Bohemia, spinning plates, trying to make things better. And at the same time, whilst he's doing that, the empire is being neglected. And so he does not get a very favorable opinion, even in Bohemia, as well as in the empire as a whole, because he's basically abandoned them, right? And so at the same time as Wenceslaus taking power in Bohemia, you also have the Moravian Margrave Mischief and Mayhem, also known as the Moravian Margrave Wars, which stand from 1381 to 1405, which is a very, very important part of Bohemian history at the time. So you have, essentially what happens is there is a conflict between Jobst and Prokop of Luxembourg over control of the Margrave of Moravia. There's actually a third brother as well, because John Henry was the previous Margrave of Moravia, and he has 3 sons. So the dumb idiot is like, I know, I'll give them all the same title. So they all had an equal third of the Margrave of Moravia. And so when he dies, the 3 of them are like, well, I want to be Margrave of Moravia, you can't be. So they fight for essentially 24 years, fighting over one title. So he essentially introduces his own succession war for whatever reason, because he's a bit of a silly Billy, I guess. So whilst Wenceslaus is having a bit of a crisis in Bohemia, in Moravia, it's even worse, because you have 3 rulers trying to claim the same title. And so both Wenceslaus and Sigismund is the half-brother of Wenceslaus, who we haven't introduced just yet. But they basically both take sides in the conflict. And it gets ridiculous, because we'll get into it a bit later, but essentially you can see in this picture, which we will talk about in a little bit, Jobst kidnaps the king of Bohemia. He gets the backing of a group called the League of Lords, which I will get into, I think, in the next slide. They kidnap Wenceslaus and just hold him as a political prisoner because he sucks. And says, you are not right to rule the kingdom of Bohemia, so we're gonna just, like, kidnap you? It's this whole very, very messy conflict in the family, and it's also, you know, happening alongside the reigns of Wenceslaus and also the conflict of Wenceslaus and Sigismund, and intertwines with the 2 of them. Yeah, it was Jobst, and Prokop. So, if you played Kingdom Come Deliverance, there is actually Jobst of Luxembourg is in the game, and he's like, yeah, guys, we've got to stick up for Wenceslaus. Which is really funny, because historically, like, I think, how many years earlier? He friggin' kidnaps Wenceslaus. Which I think does get mentioned in the end bit of KCD 1. How accurate is the game? I'll get into that. We will get into that, don't worry. So yeah, moving on. I couldn't resist a pun, I'm so sorry. More like the king of the no-mans, am I right? High five. Thank you. So, essentially what, Wenceslaus. Okay. Sponsored stream, by the way. So Wenceslaus relied on the commoners and low-ranking nobility in order to maintain order in Bohemia, which further antagonized the upper nobility. who are the real sort of power brokers in the kingdom. He then also, I don't know why I put it as the Archbishop of Prague. I think it's not the Archbishop of Prague. He has someone else around. Is it the Archbishop of Prague? I might have put that down wrong. I'm sorry. But basically, he has a very important figure in the Church of Bohemia. Just drowned. Just drowned in 1394, which Jobst of Moravia is like, you can't do that. So, aforementioned Jobst over here. I think this is Jobst here in the center. He's like, you should probably not do that, cousin, because they are cousins, and rises up in revolt against Wenceslaus. So he alongside the League of Lords, which is formed in the same year, joined forces, and they imprisoned him in May of 1394, with the king eventually freed in August following negotiations with his half-brother, John of Gorlitz, who I'm probably butchering the name of. But basically, that conflict continues and is part of the Moravian Margrave Wars until 1405. And so Sigismund does actually get involved. I believe Sigismund does play a part in trying to quell the hostilities involving this. I think around 1396 is when Sigismund is trying to go be like, hey guys, chill, we need to not fight each other. So at first Sigismund is actually on the side of his brother. But yeah, so due to Wenceslaus' inaction on the Papal Schism and other issues in the Empire, in the year 1400, 4 of the electors vote to depose him. So that is Count Rupert I of the Palatinate, the Archbishop of Mainz, Cologne, and Trier all vote in favor of deposing him. You just need a simple majority, and 4 beats 3. So, yep, he loses his title as King of the Romans, and they actually elect Rupert I as the new King of the Romans. So they always, Wenceslaus does obviously dispute this, but never makes a move against it, because he can't. He literally cannot, because he cannot leave Bohemia. But he actually does try and stop it by leaving Bohemia. Fun fact. So he never makes a move against Rupert I, technically. But to try and stop this from happening, he tries to very quickly get crowned emperor. So all you need to do, because he has the King of the Romans title at the time, is become Holy Roman Emperor, and that's all he needs to do, and then he'll be the emperor. He doesn't need to worry about anything else. He doesn't need the King of the Romans title once he is the emperor, because Rupert can just be considered the next king of the Romans. So he tries to hightail it to Rome whilst the schism is happening, by the way. So the Western Schism is still happening, and he's just like, I got a bucket, guys. He forgot to go to so a big thing about this is that he didn't actually go and get crowned. Did I mention it? Yeah, no, so I didn't mention it. Sorry, he didn't go and get crowned Holy Roman Emperor. He just kept the title King of the Romans and never went to Rome. The game makes it sound like he was too busy having sex to make it to Rome. In actual fact, it's likely because he simply could not leave Bohemia, because he was unable to leave. So yeah. Where's my slide? This one. Okay. So yeah. In a last-ditch effort, he's like, oh crap, I need to get crowned right now because they're trying to depose me. He tries to book it to Rome, and then Rupert blocks him. He just cuts him off at the pass, quite literally. Like in an old-timey, 1950s TV show. We'll cut him off at the pass. So he cuts him off on the way to Rome, and Wenceslaus is just like, crap. So he leaves Sigismund, regent of Bohemia, whilst he goes off to Rome. Because obviously traveling to Rome is a multiple month trip, right? It takes a long time to go there, and he needs to make sure that the kingdom of Bohemia is safe. So he trusts his brother, half-brother Sigismund, to look after Bohemia whilst he's gone. Which is, maybe he shouldn't do that. Maybe he shouldn't trust his half-brother. Foreshadowing. So, yeah, that's all happening, and it turns out that he because Rupert is blocking the way, he doesn't have the ability to get past him. So no battle, I think, ever happens between Rupert and Wenceslaus, even after, this all happens. Because Wenceslaus always objected to Rupert being the king of the Romans. He still said, I'm the king of the Romans. No, I am. Kind of like that meme from that Doctor TV show. And Rupert was just like a deadpan face. And so, yeah, unfortunately, he doesn't really manage to do anything. Rupert, as well, doesn't really manage to do anything because it's kind of like a bit of a messy situation that he's inherited. Not necessarily like a poison chalice, but the empire is a very, very messy place. He also, Rupert, very stupidly, I'll just add this. So at this point, there's two popes. There's the Pope in Rome, and then there's the Pope in, I want to say, well, it's Avignon. And then Rupert's like, nah, neither of these guys are the true pope. And then names a third pope. And so there's 3 popes. Just to make things worse. He's just like, no, this guy I want to say it's Swabia, but I could be wrong. I'd have to go and check my notes. Which is somewhere else, buried beneath lots of notes. Sorry, I'm having speech impediments. So he makes the stupidest move possible by saying, hey, what if we have a third pope? What if we had this guy be the real pope and the other 2, you can go and retire. You can vacate your position, and then this new guy, he'll be the third pope. He'll be the actual pope, which just makes the position worse because the other 2 popes are just like, no, we're not going to do that. And now there's 3 of us. And so, yeah, now the Western Schism now has 3 popes instead of 2, which is just even worse because Rupert's not very smart. And then, yeah, so Wenceslaus is basically trapped between a rock and a hard place, the rock being Rupert blocking his path and the hard place being Sigismund waiting for him to come home. So he heads home, which introduces Sigismund, because I haven't actually mentioned Sigismund by slide yet. So here's Sigismund of Luxembourg, 1368 to 1437. So as you can tell, lives a little bit longer than his brother, half-brother. So he marries Mary of Hungary in 1385, inheriting the kingdom after Mary's death in 1395. Mary doesn't have an heir. So he becomes very quickly, from being the Margrave of Margrave of Brandenburg, he very quickly elevates his position to King of Hungary, which he rules outright after his wife dies in 1395 without an heir. So he becomes very, very powerful very quickly. Because the Kingdom of Hungary it's fairly powerful at that time, but he is also facing a similar situation to Wenceslaus as he is in Bohemia, in that he is a foreign ruler in a kingdom full of people who do not trust him or like him because he is an outsider and a foreigner and he is an Hungarian, right? So it's kind of a similar situation. Well, not necessarily Wenceslaus, but they have the similar sort of instability. But actually, yes, I mentioned in the slide, don't I? Where is it? Yeah, so similar to John of Luxembourg did in Bohemia, he's a foreign ruler trying to gain control through marriage of the Kingdom of Hungary, and as a result, he isn't really trusted. He isn't a very trusted ruler, and he, despite, focusing entirely his reign on his life on being the King of Hungary, because he even sells the Margrave of Brandenburg to Jobst of Moravia in 1388. So Jobst of Moravia, by the way, he's just like 1/3 of the Margrave of Moravia, but then he also gets he gets to be the Duke of Luxembourg and also the Margrave of Brandenburg. So he somehow ends up really powerful, and he's incredibly wealthy as well. Hence why he's able to keep buying these titles off his cousins. So Sigismund, in his bright idea, leads the Crusade of Nicopolis in 1396, because he's like, well, I need to get the Hungarians on my side. How about we show those how about we show these Turks what for by beating the crap out of them? Because obviously Hungary was on the doorstep of the Ottoman Empire by that point. The Ottomans had, well, not necessarily directly on the doorstep, but very close. Bulgaria had fallen. The Byzantine Empire was almost about to fall. I think Constantinople was being sieged at the time. So a crusade is called. He gets on the side of the Pope. Pope's like, yeah, let's do it. Well, one of the popes, I guess, says, hey, let's do it. Let's form a crusade. Let's go. Beat up the Ottomans. Let's go. So form a massive force of soldiers. And I've ranted about this battle before. The Battle of Nicopolis is an absolute disaster for Sigismund and also everyone involved. Essentially what happens is they sail down the river to where Nicopolis is. They have most of the force is camped by the river. I'll do a drawing for you, sure. Let's do this. Hopefully I have paint open. No. 1 second. Do I have my paint scene open? Where's paint? Everyone loves a good paint scene. There it is. Control C. Control V. Okay, so explaining the Battle of Nicopolis. Okay. So, where's my pen? Okay, so essentially what happens is there's the river. This is the river that they sail down, and the Venetians supply the Crusaders with a fleet that they hop in the boats and they sail to Nicopolis. I forget which river it is. I apologize, but it's the one that's in Bulgaria. So they sail up the river, and then they're like, okay, we've arrived. Set up a camp. So this is their camp at the base of a giant hill leading up to Nicopolis, basically. And so leading up to the hill is like this way, and then at the top of the hill, let's just say the hill, here's where the Ottomans are. So I'll do the that's the Ottoman flag, sorry. Oh, you can't see it. You can't see it. There's the Ottomans. These are the Crusaders. So there's a big hill leading up to the Ottomans. The Ottomans set up a defensive fortification. They have a bunch of spikes. They have obviously all their soldiers are up here. Blah, 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 blah. They have palisades. Well, not palisades. What's the spikes? What are the spikes called that stop cavalry charges and stuff? Do you know what I mean? Sorry, I'm not technically knowledgeable about military processions and stuff. Well, that's not changing the color. There we go. Can I do this? Sorry, let me just erase all this. So basically the Crusaders are deciding what they need to do for the battle. So there's a huge Crusader force. Absolute huge Crusader force. Includes people from all over Europe. It's like a massive confederation of various different Christians from across Europe. You've got Bulgarians, you've got French, you've got Burgundians, you've got Germans, you've got Hungarians, you've got the Venetians, you've got other, I think, Italians. And so I think the Bulgarians and the Venetians basically chill in reserves. They're the reserves, chilling back near the boats in the camp. And then they're trying to draw up the battle plans. And the French and the Burgundians are just absolute idiots. They're absolute idiots. Oh, we've got ads. Okay. Shall I pause this for the ads? Or should I just keep going? Should we just keep going? Pause. Wait. Okay, we can pause. I'll take a sip of my cup of tea. Pikes the weapons? No, I'm talking about the spikes that are in the ground, right? They're basically like big old spikes. Big old spikes. Palisades? Is it actually just a palisade? Are they really just called palisades? I said palisade, and then I wasn't sure. But I guess if it is a palisade, stakes of wood, I guess. Yeah. Cheval de frise, if you want the French word. Oh. You always thought palisades were walls. I thought that too. But maybe that's my Age of Empires brain making me think I'm saying the wrong thing. Oh crap, I have even more pings. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I can do that after stream. Okay, I have like so many pings. Oh gosh. Okay, I think that's all good. That's all good. That's all good. That's good. I'm getting pinged out my butt. Oh my gosh. There we go. Okay, we're fine. Stakes might just be the better terms. Ottomans had something called a palanca. Ooh, a palanca. That sounds fun. Palisade is more like earth and wood defensive position. Fair enough. If you were a subordinate of the Bohemian king, wouldn't everyone call you a Bohemian? Well, he wasn't Bohemian king. He was Hungarian. This guy is Sigismund of Luxembourg is Hungarian. Well, technically he's from Luxembourg, but he's the Hungarian king, so... But ethnically he's from Luxembourg. How much longer is the lecture? You might have to sleep soon. We have at least another hour, so maybe go to sleep. Maybe go to sleep if you need to go to sleep. Please don't stay up. There will be a VOD. Was he born in Bohemia? Oh wait, hang on. Yes, he was. Sorry, I'm thinking of Wenceslaus II. Sorry. No, he was born in Bohemia. He was born in Bohemia to his... I think his mum, he was half brother of Wenceslaus, so he had a different mother. But I can't remember what his mother was. Anyway, sorry. Ads are over. Welcome back, guys, from the ads. So, running through the battle. Okay, so where was I? Right, so the Crusaders, they're in their big old tents. Let's just pretend this is the big old tent, and they're all here trying to decide, okay, we need to figure out the order of battle. And obviously, the order of battle is a very important thing to medieval knights and noblemen, because they're like, we want to be the first one into the battle. We want to be the one that charges in. We want to be the one that gets in there first, because we want to be stuck in and get all the glory. So all the lads are gathered around a big table, and the French and the Burgundians are like, no, I want to be first. No, I want to be first. No, I want to be first. Because obviously the people who get in first, they tend to get all the glory, and they also tend to get a fair amount of wealth from the battle, right? So the French and the Burgundians are basically just blah, 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 and Sigismund is basically failing to control the hosts. And so what eventually happens is the leader of the Burgundians storms off. He just leaves and gathers all of his troops. And then he just charges up by himself. So all the Burgundians they get on their horses, because they're predominantly knights. Sorry, I'm going to draw a horse. That's not a horse, Clio, but there you go. So they get on their horses and they go, yeah. So imagine there's like a few thousands of them. They get on their horse and they start marching up there. And the French are like, well, you can't go first. We want to be involved. So the French also go, blah, 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 blah. And they gather up all their troops and they also charge up the hill. So when the Burgundians get to the top and the French get to the top, they are met by the entire Ottoman army waiting for them. And they get absolutely slaughtered. They get absolutely demolished. And so Sigismund and all of the rest of the lads in the war council are like, oh crap, we need to do something. So they start, getting all their troops. So they skedaddle up as well. So all the people, on foot and, all the different nationalities, they're like, oh, we gotta go up too. So they're all running up to a battle that's already being lost. So meanwhile, in the reserves, you have, I think, the Bulgarians, and you have the Bulgarians, and you have I think the Croatians, and then also the Venetians. They're in the reserves. So they're just chilling by the boats, essentially, waiting for the call to enter the battle, essentially. Meanwhile, at the top of the hill where the Ottomans are, they're just slaughtering the entire Crusader force. Like, it's an absolute disaster. It's an absolute disaster. So much so that horses start running. Well, this is not a horse. Okay, well, imagine that's a horse. The horses with no riders start coming down the hill. And so when the people in reserve start seeing horses coming down the hill with no riders on them, they go, oh, we lost the battle. That's it. And they get in the boat and they just sail away. So the Venetians and the Bulgarians and all the other reserves are like, oh no, this battle is done. We are cooked. We've lost. So as simple as just seeing horses sort of like riding down the hill, retreating in panic, and obviously some of the other soldiers also retreating in panic. They're just thinking, oh crap, we've lost. So the Ottoman Empire doesn't even have to fight most of the force at Nicopolis, because all of the stupid French and Burgundians ride up the hill to their death, and it's just an absolute clustertruck. So they all hop in their boat and they go away. So all the boats go away, and Sigismund is like, oh crap, we've lost, we've got to get out of here. So yeah, the Crusade of Nicopolis, which is 1396, the Ottomans win in a crushing defeat. Welcome! Hello, Sheena. Hello, Sheena. Welcome, guys. Thank you for the raid. Hi, I'm Clio, and today we're doing a history lecture about the history of Bohemia, the Kingdom of Bohemia, around the 15th century, and also focusing on the game Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. So welcome, guys. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. If you want to pull up a chair, you are welcome, because we are midway through, but if you need to head off, I totally understand. There is not a test afterwards. There is not a test, but thank you very much for the raid, guys. So if you want to pull up a chair, this is my very, very good drawing of the Crusade of Nicopolis, which involved old mate Sigismund of Luxembourg. There you go. So the basic gist of it is the Crusaders lose dramatically because the French and the Burgundians are too much of a glory hound to want to pay attention to the rules of not the rules, but the way that the battle plan, essentially. So yeah. This is an artistic representation. Yes, this is an artistic impression of how it went. So there you go. Boop. Classic French. Anyway, so it's one of my favorite things to doodle is the Battle of Nicopolis, because it's such an absolute clustertruck. Yeah. The cosplayers nailed it. They did. They were very good cosplayers. Okay, back to history. Speaking of Nicopolis, Father Godwin, the guy you boxed in KCD, is a veteran. Yeah, that's true. He is. Okay, so basically Sigismund, in an attempt to try and get all the nobility of Hungary on his side, launches the Crusade of Nicopolis, and it's an absolute disaster, it's terrible for him. So he actually gets in an even worse position than he was prior to the Crusade. Everyone hates him. He actually gets deposed by the nobles of Hungary. He gets imprisoned just like Wenceslaus, and he gets deposed. But he does manage to get back on the throne eventually. He managed to win back some loyalty on his side. He has a nice hat. He does have a very nice hat. So essentially what happens is he is pretty desperate. Sigismund is incredibly, incredibly desperate at this point, and he is barely in control of Hungary and barely has any power or any people loyal to him. Aside from a certain fighting force that we will mention briefly, because it's on the next slide. So his move to seize Bohemia, after being granted regent of Bohemia, is not necessarily just him trying to be greedy and ousting his brother. It's him trying to also make sure that he has a power base that is loyal to him, because he does not have many people on his side at all. He is kind of isolated politically in his own kingdom, and so he looks at the noblemen of Bohemia who want to get rid of Wenceslaus, and he presents himself as an alternative. So he enlists the help of some loyal soldiers, known as the Cumans. So the humans were a nomadic confederation of peoples from the steppes of Central Asia, and had lived there for many, many years, like a few hundreds of years. The area that they existed on stretched from all the way to Hungary, all the way into actual like Central Asia. So they owned a vast majority of territory. With the rise of the Mongol Empire, they were defeated and pushed westwards into Europe. It went into various different places. So a lot of them did end up in Hungary. They also ended up in Russia, in Lithuania, in where was it? Into the Golden Horde. They ended up all over the place because it was a very fragmented confederation of various different populaces. There wasn't like a unified one nationality of humans. It was like a confederation of various different tribes from across the region of Central Asia. So they were pushed out by the Mongols and were offered, in exchange for service to the king of Hungary, they were given the right to settle in Hungary. Some of the, I believe, the various different khans of the Cumans. And so they were able to settle mainly in the Hungarian plain, which is obviously the perfect place for them to settle because, you know, they're nomadic, horse-riding, pastoral peoples. So they actually got to settle in the same areas that the Mongol Empire demolished and burnt and pillaged and ravaged. So they basically got to replace the population that used to be there. And so as a result, many of the Hungarian kings had relied on the Cuman soldiers to be a significant portion of their fighting forces because they were seen as actually being more loyal than the Hungarian noblemen, because obviously the Hungarian noblemen had their own interests. They were more self-serving. They often were scheming against the king, for example, especially because during that time frame, the kings of Hungary were often descended of foreigners. So you had the Anjou dynasty were involved in Hungary for a bit. And now you had Sigismund, right? You had Sigismund, who was technically of Bohemian or Luxembourg stock, being the king of Hungary. And so, yes, it's very likely that a significant portion, not all of it, obviously, but a portion of Sigismund's fighting force for his invasion of Bohemia would end up being Cumans. But very importantly, that is somewhat different from how the game portrays them, is that by the 15th century, they had been integrating, or through the process of integrating into Hungarian and Christian society, by that point, for over 200 years. So the otherness that the game sort of portrays the Cumans in KCD 1 and 2, it wouldn't have been so severe as it was in the game, right? They would have obviously been somewhat different from the Hungarians, but by that point they had been integrated into Hungarian society for, I think at that point, 200 years. They had adapted to a sedentary society. They weren't obviously so nomadic. They had adopted Hungarian manner of style, of aesthetic. They had their own customs still, but they were, integrating into Christian society, converting. They still had some rituals of paganism, which would obviously, not help with the reputation of the Cumans as being like barbaric pagans, for example. Like one of their rituals involves the sacrifice of dogs, I believe. I think I saw that in a small video that I watched on the Cumans. There was also, what else was there? So basically they still would have been somewhat different to the regular Hungarian peoples, but they would have not been as distinct as, say, the game does portray them to be. Because again, it had been well over 200 years by the time that Sigismund is invading Bohemia, that the people of that the Cumans would have been integrated into Hungarian society somewhat, if not actually quite a lot, because they had adopted, like farming practices. They still had some sort of pastoralism, but they weren't, they had farms, they had land ownership, they were settled, they were integrated into a Christian society, so, yeah. Oh, that's my phone falling out of my pocket. So, here's where we get to spoilers for the game. If you care about the story of and events of Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, you have been warned. This is the point in which you should stop listening, because this is where we get into the spoilers for the game. We're also talking about the history as well, but obviously the history is spoilers for the event. The historical events are spoilers for the game, so just a heads up, guys. We are into the actual part where we're talking about the game itself. Isn't it already spoiled because history? Yes, but if you don't know the history, then you can't be spoiled, right? So, here's your warning. I'll give you 10 seconds to close the tab or pause it to go play the game, and then you can come back in... I'm not going to count it down because I know what you guys will do with that. Okay, moving on. So, Sigismund makes the play. He makes the play of the game. I was tempted to get the Overwatch text, which says play of the game, but I thought that was too much effort for a really bad joke. So, when Wenceslaus returns from his attempted Roman holiday in 1402, Sigismund promptly jails him and has him imprisoned on the 29th of June in Schaumburg, which is probably not how you pronounce that, guys. He then later gets moved to Vienna in the 16th of August, in charge of William, Duke of Austria. And so that will be important for the future, very important for the future, that the Austrians are being involved. Specifically, the Habsburgs. So yes, that's very important for the future. That is the right pronunciation. Let's go! So the Habsburgs are they're starting to get involved, guys. So, on the 20th of November of the same year in 1402, Wenceslaus signs a renunciation of all of his powers to Sigismund and the Duke of Austria in exchange for the conditions of his imprisonment being relaxed. So at this point, Sigismund essentially assumes control as King of Bohemia, essentially. Or he tries to press his claim as being, because, he's got kind of through coercion, well, not kind of, literally through coercion, he has claimed the powers of being King of Bohemia through the kidnapping of his brother, or half-brother, I should say. So, Sigismund then invades Bohemia by force in 1403 with his Hungarian forces, and obviously the Cumans are a part of that. He loots and imposes heavy taxes and persecutes the supporters of Wenceslaus. Because obviously, although Wenceslaus was not a very popular person amongst the upper nobility, amongst the general population, especially, and also the lower nobility, he was a very popular figure. So, the town of Kuttenberg is seized because it's a massive source of wealth for the region, especially because of the silver mines there. And this is actually where Kingdom Come Deliverance begins. So, the events of Kingdom Come Deliverance, I believe, starts basically right around that happening. And then, obviously, the town of Skalitz, or Silver Skalitz as it was known, is then raided next as well. And so you, as Henry of Skalitz, also, I'm not gonna pronounce this. I'm so sorry. I know it's definitely not Gindrich Ziscalis. I know it's not, that's not how you pronounce it. But here's Henry, yay! So, Henry, if you're not aware, is the protagonist of Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and 2. He is born in 1383 in the town of Skalitz, adopted son of a blacksmith, actually the bastard son of the local lord Radzig Kobyla. And, as I just mentioned, his hometown is destroyed by the raiding army of Sigismund, sending Henry on a path of revenge. His performance in the game is by Tom McKay, who does he gives both his physical appearance as well as the voice appearance for, and most importantly to know is he is a fictional character. So it's very important to note that all of the events of the game are set in the historical context of the conflict between Sigismund and Wenceslaus, but the journey and story and events of Henry himself are all just made up for the sake of creating a narrative for the game. He is also quite hungry. That is true. I should... you know what? Oh. There you go. I say as I eat my little snack. So, that's Henry. Up next we have Sir Radzig Kobyla. Also, I'm not gonna try and pronounce the Hungarian names. I'm so sorry. Unfortunately, we don't actually know much about Radzig, which is probably why, if I had to guess, based on the fact that he's quite a minor character. I'm just gonna move that over so it's not covering over the text. I'm going to hazard a guess. It is Radzig. Okay, Radzig Kobyla. The reason because we don't know much about him is probably why they have used him as a character in the story, is that because there is not much known about Radzig and other members of the plot, members of the cast in the game, they are used as the perfect characters to build a story off of, because you can create narratives that aren't beholden to historical facts because we do not know much about them, right? So what we do know about him is that he was the Lord of Skalitz, and he was also the hetman of King Wenceslaus IV. He eventually goes on to become the governor of, I'm so sorry, I don't know how to pronounce this, Vyshehrad, which is probably not how you say that, from 1410 to 1415. He also gets to build his own castle at, I'm gonna try, this is Veseli nad Sazau. Following the sack of Skalitz, I believe he doesn't actually get to see the finished. He doesn't actually live to see this castle be finished. I tried. Attempts are being made. Attempts are going to be made. And one of the things. Oh, so sorry. Someone asked what the hetman is. Hetman is essentially, he's like a marshal of the military of. He's like the head commander of Wenceslaus's armies. So it's a fairly important role within the military of the Bohemian kingdom. He is killed in 1416 by miners. There's conflicting reasons from various different sources about why he is killed. One of the reasons could just be that he was there to collect taxes on behalf of the king, and, you know, that's not a very popular thing to have happen. There's also reasons for him to be killed based on religious motivations, that he is seen as not being a part of the Hussite movements, because this is during the height of fervor within the Hussites. For example, Jan Hus had been killed at this point a year earlier. So obviously there was a lot of religious fervor in the region of Bohemia based on the persecution of Jan Hus. So it's believed that he may have been killed because of that, but he was also, I believe, anti-clergy, so it doesn't really make that much sense that the Hussites would kill him when he was already against the Catholic Church / Catholic clergy, because, you know, he was not necessarily on their side, but he was also, I guess, sympathetic to their position of not necessarily being on the side of the Hussites. But yeah, he gets killed in a very, very, very nasty way. So he was actually visiting Kuttenberg, I believe, at the time, to collect taxes in Kuttenberg on behalf of the king. And what essentially happens is he and his associates are in an inn, and the miners are incited by local preachers to go and deal with them. So the miners storm the inn, grab them out into the streets, and then butcher them to bits. In It's Veseli. Okay, thank you. No, he was Catholic. He would have been Catholic. So they are basically chopped up into little pieces. Like, literally chopped up into little pieces. It's a very, very nasty, nasty way to die. Quite literally to shreds. And stomped, yes. And stomped. So he and his associates have a very nasty ending. Hopefully the games don't portray that, because I think Henry would have PTSD. If he's not in part of the associates. His performance is by Michael Pitton. I don't remember who. I think a lot of the actors don't necessarily use that. It's only really Henry and Hans Capon who lend their physical appearances to the voices, to the characters. Whereas everyone else, I think, is actually using various developers of the game actually lend their faces, such as Hanush of Lipa. So he is the ward of Hans Capon. I always want to say Hans Capon. I feel like it flows better. But so things that we do know about Hanush is that or Hanus, I'm probably saying it's probably Hanush, right? He does take in the refugees from Skalitz after the attack in 1403. We do know that happens. And he was involved in the plans to liberate Wenceslaus during the Moravian-Margrave Wars in the 1390s. But despite his allegiance to the king, we do have documented evidence of him also attacking the royal estates of Wenceslaus. So he has a little bit of not a little bit, he has a reputation of being a robber baron. So he's not necessarily as clean cut as the game necessarily portrays him to be, as being like, I'm one of the good guys. He apparently had a lot of financial issues and debts to deal with, so he took that out on the king. So yeah, he eventually passes on control of Ratte to Hans, and was granted the title of Supreme Marshal of the Kingdom of Bohemia before dying in 1415. His voice performance is by Peter Hosking, and his visual appearance is based on the head developer of the game, whose name is currently escaping my head. He looks very lean here. Yeah, so this is him from the second game where they leaned him down a bit. Daniel Varva. Thank you. Don't say that. Yes, so he's a little bit more, he's not so clean cut as the game tends to portray him. And then finally, we have Hans Capon, which I'm gonna guess is I'm not even gonna try and pronounce that. I'm so sorry. How do I pronounce that? So he's born in 1388, I think. I've actually seen conflicting information that he's actually born in 1383, but the information, I was just going to go for 1388 because I think that's how you Ptacek, Han Ptacek of Perkstein. So he only gets control of his lands in 1412 after his wardship of Hanush of Lipa ends. And again, we actually don't know much about Hans. We really don't know much about him. He's a fairly minor person in this time frame. He doesn't really have much documented as far as I can tell. So again, I think, like Radzig, he is the perfect person to use in the historical context of the game, because you can just create this story for him, which you don't have to like risk treading on the footsteps of history so much, because he is just, he's just a fairly minor character in the scheme of things. And yeah, very sadly, he dies at the age of 31 in 1419. I believe of natural causes, but I mean, that's a fairly young age to die. And he did actually take part in the Hussite wars briefly on the side of the Catholics, despite being a supporter of the Hussites, which doesn't make any sense. I think the one source that was translated into English mentions that he was encouraged by a local neighboring lord, with brackets around encouraged, maybe forced to try and, you know, get him to fight on the side of the Catholics. But yeah, he ends up, basically he just sits out the war. So he gets involved very briefly, signs peace with the Hussites, and then never gets involved ever again. So he manages to live out the entire conflict basically without having to get his hands dirty. Not that it lasts very long, because unfortunately he does die in the age of 31. And yes, so his performance is by Luke Jail, who also lends his physical appearance to the role. So there you go. And so that's one of the interesting things about the game, is that they've picked historical figures who don't really have much known about them as ways to construct a historical narrative, which I think works, right? I think that does work as a tool to make history interesting, by using historical figures that we don't really know much about and then creating stories based on what we do know, that can be seen as interesting. So yeah. Oh yeah, and he also is a Twitch streamer. Yes, he does stream on Twitch under Lord Hans Capon. Yes, that's very true. So yeah, those are the 4 principal characters. There are obviously more characters as well, like Jobst of Moravia is featured in the game. I haven't got a slide for him, unfortunately, but yeah, he's one of the main members of the plot. So yeah, those are the 4 principal. I figured they were the 4 main-ish characters. There's obviously more characters on the game who have historical context, but if I had a slide for every single character who has, you know, historical backgrounds, we're gonna be here all day, because there's quite a lot of them. So yeah, moving on to the next slide, we have Wenceslaus IV, A New Hope. I apologize for the bad joke. I apologize for the bad joke. I can't resist the jokes, I'm sorry. No Jan Ziska. I don't have a Jan Ziska side because I'm basing this on the game of the first game. I haven't played the second one, so I don't know exactly what is in the second game. In fact, we will be playing that right after this lecture. So don't worry, guys. We will be playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 after this lecture. So that's what we'll follow this up with. And that's the sponsored actual segment of the game, of the stream today. So, Wenceslaus IV. So, having been imprisoned in 1403, or 1402, thanks to renouncing all of his powers to Sigismund, he actually gets to live in relative comfort in Austria. So much comfort that he doesn't have any guards. He doesn't have any guards, like, protecting him. So I believe it's John of Liechtenstein essentially just sneaks into to Vienna and just rescues him. And so by that point, when like Sigismund had not done a very good job of ingratiating himself to the Bohemian populations, because you know, he needed to have funding for potential future campaigns. Because not only did he have potential rivals with Wenceslaus, he also had to contend with Rupert I, who was king of the Romans now, and then he also had Jobst of Moravia, who he was previously aligned with Jobst. He was aligned with Jobst, and sorry, why are you barking? Sorry, my dog's being very silly. So Jobst and Sigismund had previously aligned with each other. And then at that point, okay, please don't bark. Please don't bark. What are you barking at? Nothing. Okay. Turns out, no. They basically had conflicting allegiances at that point, or conflicting goals. And so Jobst and Sigismund actually ended up, you know, posturing against each other. By that point, because he had done such a bad job of trying to get people on side with him, because he basically went into Bohemia, killed a bunch of Bohemians, said, I'm the new king of Bohemia. The people of Bohemia said, no, you're not. You're killing us. Why would the king of Bohemia kill us? Ignore the fact that Wenceslaus also killed a bunch of Bohemians, sorry. Was invading with, you know, his foreign forces, with also the pagan Cumans as well, right? And as a result, Sigismund, he plundered, he stole, he taxed, and, he got a lot of wealth out of it, but he didn't get any support from the people of Bohemia. So he retreats. He retreats back to Hungary. And he also has a lot of other things to do, because Hungary has other things to contend with. He's got the Ottomans close by. He's got Serbia. I think he launches a war into Bosnia. I think he invades Bosnia, and he manages to form a diplomatic vassalization with Serbia. So he's very busy at the time. He also, I think, ends up in a war against the Venetians, I believe, at some point around this time frame. So he's got a lot to do at the time. So yeah, he ends up unable to take Bohemia fully, so he retreats back to Hungary. By that point, I believe this is 1403. So Wenceslaus actually manages to escape, obviously, Austria, and makes it back to Hungary. Not Hungary, sorry. He makes it back to Bohemia in Prague for Christmas, and is welcomed to a hero's welcome, essentially. Because as bad as he was as king, at least he wasn't Sigismund. At least he wasn't going around killing his people with a foreign army, right? So a lot of people welcomed Wenceslaus back into the role as king of Bohemia. And obviously he unrenounces his claims to Sigismund. Sorry, my dog's very awake now. So he gets back the support of the king of Bohemia. The problem is he is in a very weakened state. And so Jobst and Sigismund, at this point, because Rupert, I think, dies in 1410, if memory serves. I think Rupert dies 1410. And so Jobst and Sigismund both claim the King of the Romans for the election of the next Holy Roman Emperor. And essentially what happens is Sigismund forms an agreement with Wenceslaus, in which Wenceslaus gets to stay king of Bohemia. He gets to keep the kingdom of Bohemia if, in return for him supporting his half-brother Sigismund in the vote for Holy Roman Emperor. Because obviously, as king of Bohemia, Wenceslaus actually gets to vote. And obviously Jobst also has one vote as well, because he has Brandenburg. So they actually both claim King of Bohemia. Strangely enough, at the same time, in two different votes. For some bizarre reason, there's two different votes. So one of them, I think Sigismund gets the majority, and the other, Jobst, gets the majority. So they're both going around saying, I'm the king of the Romans. No, I'm the king of the Romans. No, I'm the king of the Romans. So they're both having a bit of beef about that. Eventually it does fall to Sigismund after he makes the agreement with Wenceslaus. And as a result, Sigismund is then crowned king of the Romans in 1411. So as I mentioned, Wenceslaus is basically now secure in the kingdom of Bohemia, except not really at all, because what happens is he has to enable to maintain control of his weakened kingdom, which had been ravaged by Sigismund. He basically just gives full control over the kingdom to the nobles of Bohemia. So they get an absurd amount of generous concessions and privileges, and as a result, Wenceslaus is basically king in name only. He only controls a little bit of the royal estates. Everything else outside of the kingdom is owned by the nobility and controlled by the nobility, and he basically has no say in it. So as a result, he is king, but not really. Not really. And so basically that is the end of the conflict between Wenceslaus and Sigismund. Sigismund goes on to become Holy Roman Emperor for a grand total of 4 years, because he only actually finally gets crowned in 1433. Wenceslaus rules Bohemia until 1419 in his death, and his death also triggers the Hussite Wars, which is another thing that I'll get into very quickly. In here, so we've got Jan Hus. So it's very important for this time frame when you're talking about Bohemia, you do have to talk about Jan Hus, even though he's not necessarily relevant. He is mentioned in the game quite a bit and is featured in the plot of the game. How many slides are left? 5. 5 slides left. So Jan Hus. So Jan Hus is, or was, I should say, he was the founder of the Hussite movement, which is a key predecessor to the Protestants, Reformation and Protestant movements in Europe in the 1500s. So he's kind of the proto-Protestants, head of the Protestant movement 100 years before it really happens. He was inspired by the works of John Wycliffe, who was a preacher from England, whose works were, he was quite controversial. He was also considered a heretic. And Wycliffe basically preached that the church sucks. They shouldn't be focusing on, like, I think Wycliffe was basically like, the church sucks. All of the bishops and archbishops are corrupt, and if they are corrupt, then listening to them is grounds for going to hell, essentially, and all of them should go to hell, even though, they're members of the church. So, he kind of was preaching a lot of heresy towards the Catholic Church. And so those sorts of words did actually his works ended up in Prague. Oh, come on. Sorry, my dog's being a little pain. So Jan Hus is very influenced by, or not very influenced, that's not good English. He's influenced by the works of Jan Hus. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Sorry, dog is being silly. He's very influenced, not good English. He's influenced by the works of John Wycliffe. And so Jan Hus, through his theology, because he was teaching at University of Prague, and he was also a preacher. He was a member of the Catholic Church. So he believed that the church had been corrupted by worldly belongings, and it essentially needed to desecularize in order to focus on spiritual well-being of the people, because that's the main goal of the church, because the church should be the moral guide for the people instead of focusing on its own, selfish gains, right? So as a result, that kind of goes against the whole status of the church. And by that point, the church was incredibly wealthy, incredibly politically influential, incredibly powerful, and so, it's a little bit of heresy being preached by Jan Hus. One of the biggest things that got him a lot of active support in Bohemia was that he did his sermons in Czech. And so by that point, a lot of churches still did their sermons in Latin, ecclesiastical Latin. So as a result, a lot of the common folk couldn't understand what was actually being said during, masses, right? Is that why the religion is called Hussite? Yes, it's named after him. So he essentially was able to get a lot of support in Bohemia simply because the people who went to church could actually understand what he was saying. It's as simple as that, basically, is why he was so popular. Yes, there are still Hussites today. So what happens is that, I believe specifically when the church was, when Catholicism was introduced into, or Christianity, I should say, was introduced into Bohemia, they actually did do the masses originally in Czech. And so it was kind of seen as, before it was forced upon them to have them be in Latin. So it was kind of seen as a return to the past. of their old spiritual beliefs of a purer version of Catholicism for them, or Christianity, I should say, that they were being able to have the lessons or the sermons in Czech instead of Latin. Hello, Lottie. Sorry, I have a very grumpy dog. So yes, Jan Hus became incredibly popular in Bohemia, and Wenceslaus actually protected him. So Wenceslaus actually sympathized with Jan Hus and the various Hussites because he understood the popularity of the movement and also was on the side of, he wasn't anti-Catholic, yet like Wenceslaus did end up helping with the what's it called? He did pick a side in the schism, for what good it did, and also, did end up letting it happen, like letting it being the execution of Jan Hus, which small spoilers. So he's protected on the grounds of religious freedom, and then unfortunately, as Sigismund wanted to be Holy Roman Emperor, by the time he was King of the Romans, he kind of needed to have the Pope on his side. So he was anti-Hussite as a result. So, unfortunately for Jan Hus and his followers, Sigismund basically just said, well, I want to be the Holy Roman Emperor, so you've got to go. So the Council of Constance is called in 1415. Jan Hus is invited to defend himself with, I believe he's promised safe passage. Basically, as soon as he gets there, he's put on trial and found guilty, and then burnt at the stake, which I'm sure will not have any huge ramifications for European history as a whole. As we move on to the next slide, which is the broader implications of the game's timeline. So yes, it wasn't until the death of Wenceslaus in 1419 that Sigismund would eventually become King of Bohemia in 1419. He was crowned King of the Romans in 1410. He eventually becomes Holy Roman Emperor in 1433 until his death in 1437. So the Western Schism that we briefly mentioned, that ends with the Council of Constance, which is, I believe, 1414 to 1418, which was called due in parts due to Sigismund's efforts. So he managed to convince all three of the claimants of the Pope, so all three fake popes, or I guess popes in general, were all convinced into resigning, and Pope Martin V is selected as the new pope. So Sigismund does manage to do that pretty well. So he stops the schism. He ends the schism. He does also get Jan Hus murdered at the same Council of Constance in 1415. So Jan Hus becomes a prominent figure in Bohemian theology and politics. His death in 1415 then causes the Hussite Wars to pop off in 1419, not 1420, to 1434, which is hugely influential for the time frame, because Sigismund essentially does multiple crusades against his own peoples, and as a result, doesn't really get very popular in Hungary until basically, I think, 1433 is when it finally... 1433, 1434 is basically the end of the war and the end of the dispute between the Hussite Bohemians and Sigismund, in which they accept him as their king. Part of the reason why the Hussite War pops off is because Sigismund wants to be king of Bohemia so he can finally get crowned emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. But the people of Sigismund, the people of Bohemia, who had converted by this point, or had adapted to Hussite, didn't want to have another they didn't want to have a Catholic ruler, so they refused him. And so that's kind of where the Hussite conflict and the Hussite War sort of emerges from the disputes between Sigismund and the Hussite noblemen. So yeah, that is a pretty important moment because there's a massive conflict. Lots of people die. You have the Hussites effectively winning 5 crusades against them. I think there were 5 crusades held against the Bohemians, and they win every single one. Yeah, Jan Ziska is a peasant turned expert general. War Wagons ROP. Yeah, Sigismund lost every single one. It's pretty impressive. And then, because Sigismund relied so heavily on the Duke of Austria, and the Dukes of Austria, I should say, for support during his reign as King of Hungary, King of Bohemia, and also in his bid to become Holy Roman Emperor, you have the emergence of a new power in the Holy Roman Empire known as the von Habsburgs, who then went on to achieve a few things, like controlling the Holy Roman Emperor position for approximately 400 years. So Sigismund is partly responsible, yes, for the rise of the Habsburgs, because he was the last non-Habsburg ruler of the Holy Roman Empire until I think somewhere in the early 1700s, in which there were 2 non-von Habsburg rulers of the empire, and then it went back to the Habsburgs again. So yeah, those were some of the broader implications of the game's time frame. So, we have one more question, guys. One more question is my question with the developers. So, we have, what was your process when it came to adapting a historical setting to a broader English-speaking audience? What were the challenges? To which the developers replied, that's always tricky, but maybe not. Our world is grounded in medieval Central Europe, specifically Bohemia, which isn't a familiar setting for many players outside of the region. I guess most people only know Bohemia from a famous Queen song, which I would be surprised. Hopefully there's no people in the chat who are thinking of Bohemia as that. So the first step is making it relatable without dumbing it down. That means focusing on universal human themes of loyalty, betrayal, survival, coming of age, and then letting the historical flavor enhance those genres rather than confuse it. You could easily place the plot of a game like KCD 1 or 2 in France, Germany, England, or any other country with a strong medieval history, which simply makes it more universal and relatable. The fact that it is based on real events, locations, and people is just an extra layer of authenticity. So yeah, there you go. You aren't old enough to know the song? It's a classic, though. It's a classic. But yeah, so thank you very much to all the developers of Warhorse for answering my question. May you go to the bathroom? You may, yeah. You don't have to ask. You can just go. So that's the question. And then in conclusion, guys, we have, so what do you think about the story events of history and also the game? Do you think there was a winner? Do you think Sigismund won, or do you think Wenceslaus won? And whose side would you choose to be on? If you were a Bohemian citizen, who do you think would win? Who do you think you would support? The Habsburgs won, both lost. Habsburgs won in the end. Wenceslaus gets a song. I mean, he does, yes. Wenceslaus technically wins the conflict between the siblings. Because, well, if you want to use the silly term that kind of doesn't really fit, Wenceslaus wins the battle, but Sigismund wins the war, in that he gets what he wants eventually, because he does get to control Bohemia eventually, but it's kind of a poison chalice because he inherits the Bohemian throne and then ends up fighting his own people a lot because of the Hussite movement, which he incites because of his own actions to try and become Holy Roman Emperor. So it kind of bites him in his butt. Bites him in his ass a lot. And then after all that, then you get the Habsburgs. So yeah. What do you guys think about the scale of the historical events chosen for the game? One thing to note that, as I mentioned before, is that the game draws upon a historical conflict that is actually incredibly minor. So I was curious to see what you guys thought about that. Personally, you love the idea of focusing on a minor event that takes place with a much broader context. Yeah. I think it does work better instead of taking, like, huge important moments and trying to twist them into a game plot, right? Other games do that. But for me, at least, I think it's definitely easier for the developers to adapt smaller events that maybe are lesser known into plots for video games. I did say do. That's true. You thought there was going to be a test? I'm not asking. It's not a test. I just want to know your thoughts. A minor event makes it feel better. Games like Assassin's Creed can muddy the water a little bit. Yeah, because, like, I've played Odyssey. And that straight up starts with the Spartans dying at the Battle of Thermopylae, which is like, oh, okay. Yeah. It's the nature of making an RPG in a historical context. As historical fiction, it works, but some folk only get their history from pop media. Yeah, right. That definitely happens, right? So there's one thing that is important to remember is that with a game like Kingdom Come Deliverance, you can't treat it as pure fact. It is a fictional story set in a historical context, but the game itself is a piece of fiction. And that is, I think, something that is sometimes lost on a lot of people. I think that is lost on a lot of people sometimes. Obviously, people can focus on rah historical accuracy, but at some point, the game needs to, be enjoyable first. And sometimes that does mean that sometimes if you want to make your own stories about in the game, you have to change history a little bit or introduce fictional elements, like, for example, the entire existence of Henry of Skalitz. So yeah. And I think it's an interesting insight into the challenges of turning history and established events into video games. And creating your own stories within a historical setting. The game's codex entries do try to be accurate. That's true. They even mention the creative liberties taken within the game. That is good. That's a good point. The only problem is, does everyone read those? Do the game players read those? Or do they just accept the events of the game as fact of what happened in the game, and then they like, wait a second? When they actually read up how the game goes, it's like, what? So yeah, I really enjoyed my time with KCD 1, and I'm excited to restart KCD 2. So, thank you very much for coming, guys, to today's history lecture revolving around the events of Bohemian history in the 15th century and Kingdom Come Deliverance. I hope you enjoyed it. Yippee! Yippee! So yes, up next, guys, I need to make a waiting room on YouTube, but we are going to have a sponsored stream. So, give me a sec to pull it up on YouTube, because I need to hide this so I can make my waiting room. Where's YouTube? No, not YouTube chat, sorry. We'll go to here. So thank you very much, guys, for coming to the history lecture. Up next, we have our sponsor segment, in which I'm going to be playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. So, thank you. Is that this one? No, it's this one. Boop. Oh, thank you very much for the gift subs. Yes, so we can now move over here. So let me very quickly get this all going. I'll set up the waiting room on YouTube. And, let's go do that. Schedule stream. Yep. Reuse settings. Total Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Okay. Oh, I'm in the corner. Sorry, let me put myself back in the middle. Yippee! I'm feeling... Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make a reference to my old title. Audentus Fortuna Uevat. There we go. Audentus Fortuna...
Thanks for another great lecture. These are peak content.
Uevat. I probably spelled that wrong. Yeah, there's no E. There's no E. Yeah. I-U-V-A-T. I-U-V-A-T. And then I go hashtag add. Okay, and then I say next, add. And then I grab I need to do a thumbnail, don't I? Uh-oh, I need a thumbnail. Guys, we're gonna make a thumbnail real quick. We're gonna make a thumbnail real quick, okay? We got ads on Twitch, so this is the perfect time for me to do this. Oh, we can put away the fire. Go away, fire. Okay. Just take a picture of my thumb? That is not a good idea. What we're going to do is this. We're going to do this. I'm going to wait for the game to open. And... Where should I go? This way? Is this where I go? 1. E, accept. Ah, brushes with death. Yippee! Horse riding contest. Yippee! Okay. So... Oh, I'm on the wrong side. Okay. Let me move over here. Hey! So... do this. And then I say... Well, I won't say new game, but hopefully this works. As a thumbnail. Yay! Can I change the background? Oh my god, dog. I am so sorry for my dog. She is very naughty. She is very, very naughty. Okay. I'm gonna go screenshots. Can I screenshot the preview? There we go. Okay. Oh, wait. I think I just had an alert in front of my fed. Oh, crap. Okay. No more alerts, please. Okay, I think I can do it now. There we go. Okay, let me go open that one. It worked! There we go. Next. Wait, did it work? It did. Yippee! Okay, set that for now. Is that now? Yes, that is now. Actually, no, that's 5 minutes ago. It's 3 p.m. Oh my god, the history lecture took 5 hours? Well, I guess 4 hours. I guess it took 4 hours. Let's just do 10. Okay, done. Okay. So, there's the history lecture done. So, I will send the raid over when it sets up the waiting room. There we go. Okay, so YouTube, do not worry, guys. You will be right back as I set up the raid. And then I'll see you guys for the sponsored segment of today's stream, which is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed the history lecture, and we'll see you on the flip side. And I'll try and make sure I get my my bibliography all sorted, because I want to finalize all the sources that I might just make a separate part of the sources which are in Czech, because I can't necessarily understand them, maybe, but I'll figure it out. Okay, so YouTube, I'll see you guys in a second, and we'll be playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. So thank you very much for sticking around for the lecture, and here we go. Okay, end stream on YouTube, and boop. And then we go over